morning, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and happy Wednesday, day 27, and we'll continue with the defense case today. Have some hint that our witnesses on the docket, the next ones up in line, are going to be Karina Kolakithis and Loughran. So Karina Kolakithis, both of these witnesses you'll remember from the first trial if you watched that one. Karina Kolakithis is she's a friend or acquaintance, I believe, of Jen McCabe. She knew Jen through children's school stuff, I guess. And she was out at the Waterfall the night that the whole group was out there. John and Karen showed up. She had previously testified about the interactions between John and Karen and how they seem perfectly normal, lovey-dovey even. I think she made some comment to her husband about why aren't you like that with me? John out here making all the other guys look bad. Loughran, of course, the plow driver. Plow driver assigned the very early morning hours of January the 29th to be out in his plow and take care of Fairview Road. So he was on Fairview Road in the early morning hours when John's body, under the Commonwealth's theory, is supposed to be out there on the corner, and yet he saw nothing. Nothing. So that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. How big of a dick can Brennan be to these people? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and find out. Definitely getting a feel for Hank Brennan's speed by now. He just doesn't particularly have that nice guy speed, does he? Pretty much everything is aggressive and rude. But I think the closest we got was yesterday with Officer Barros, with Sergeant Barros, where he's trying to lean into you just had a false memory. You just have seen so much media since then that you made something up. He's offering him a way out of being wrong. Obviously you're not lying unless you want to tell me something. He still can't not be a dick, but he can offer him that helping hand. Oh, so helpful. Here you go. Let me walk you into this snake pit over here of a false memory. So I'd have to say we're expecting more of the same when it comes to Hank's questioning of the witnesses. We have a lot of new stuff coming out right now too. Things have been filed. We looked yesterday at those defense motions that were filed. We've got a couple Commonwealth ones now. We've also got jury instructions coming in to start to look at. So a lot of things, a lot of buzz still going on in the case. I'm going to pull up this one that we're going to look at. I want to look at this one first because I asked you. I mentioned yesterday we've got now a couple defense motions, and then following up on that, a couple Commonwealth ones. Bev hasn't read anything yet, coming off the bench yesterday, hasn't read anything yet. Yeah, there's defense motions. Of course, you haven't read them yet. But this Commonwealth motion, we're just going to rush right to it, aren't we? I have a feeling that we are. Part of that is because in this motion, as they say, as we'll see, they're anticipating Mr. Ellington's going to testify very soon. So we got to drop everything to deal with the Commonwealth's issue. Let's take a look at what it is, shall we? On June 1st, 2025, 3 days ago, the defense produced to the Commonwealth a new report from defense expert Derek Ellington. Oh, you don't say. A report in the middle of the trial? Did that mess up your preparation or something? That make it a little difficult for you to know what you're dealing with? Hey, well, it wasn't Sunday afternoon or Monday afternoon on a holiday weekend, though. At least give him that much credit. The new report appeared with no prior notice from the defense that it was forthcoming, and it was dropped on the Commonwealth 3 months after Mr. Ellington's prior report in this case, in the midst of trial, and after the Commonwealth had rested its case in chief. You'll have to pardon me if I'm just not that sympathetic. Maybe he just found something wrong that he didn't want to be misleading, and so he volunteered to correct it. Maybe that's all this is. I mean, surely if it's that, you'd have no problem with it. You understand perfectly well. That's totally justifiable. That's a reason to have a late report in the middle of trial, change things up. Nevertheless, the Commonwealth is not pleased. Mr. Ellington now offers new opinions on entirely different issues that were not set forth in his prior report. To prevent further ambush of the Commonwealth by the defense in this case, he should not be permitted to testify to his new opinions. If he is allowed to do so, the Commonwealth hereby provides notice that it will present rebuttal testimony on those issues. As they should. That's how things go. That's how the trial goes. Background: the defense previously disclosed to the Commonwealth a 13-page report from Mr. Ellington dated March 3rd, 2025. Copy of that prior report is attached as Exhibit A. Essentially, the report quotes from or describes portions of the reports of Mr. Whiffen, Ms. Hyde, and Trooper Nicholas Guarino concerning certain data retrieved from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone for the time period of January 28th to 29th, 2022, and then states whether Mr. Ellington agrees or disagrees with the analysis and findings of those other experts. Mr. Ellington's specific conclusions and opinions appear on pages 9 to 12 of his report. His report did not address, much less offer any opinions or analysis regarding either the data on the defendant's iPhone or any data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone after the time that device came into the possession of law enforcement. So his original report, just a response to Hyde and Whiffen, it sounds like. Just looking at John's phone from the period before it was somehow ended up in the possession of Michael Proctor and thereafter Nicholas Guarino. On June 1st, 2025, the defense produced to the Commonwealth a new 16-page report from Mr. Ellington dated that same day. Wait a minute. 3 whole pages. It was a 13-page report. Now it's a 16-page report. However, will the Commonwealth cope? Guys, the jury instructions alone are like 50 pages, maybe. Probably not that much. Looks like the Commonwealth's request is 17 pages. The defense's is 36. We'll get to that later. 16-page report, the horror. A copy of this new report is attached as Exhibit B. In his new report, Mr. Ellington states that he was asked to focus specifically on activity and interactions logged on the 2 devices, i.e. the iPhones belonging to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, after the times of seizure surrender of the devices to the ultimate custody of the Massachusetts State Police, including a review of GPS data points captured on the Reed phone. Okay. So after the Commonwealth has put on its case where it has discussed the chain of custody or lack thereof of these telephones and its analysis, guess the defense can't respond to any of that. Nowhere in the report does he explain why he was asked to perform this new analysis. Perhaps he wasn't told, or when he received such direction from the defense. Nor does he offer any explanation for why this new analysis was not included in his prior report. Indeed, Mr. Ellington identifies the materials that he relied on for his new report, all of which were available to him at the time of his prior report. Yeah, well, I've heard that before, though. I heard that before with ARCA or with Aperture, and it wasn't a problem. The fact that they had all of that prior information about John's GPS data and so forth, the 3-point turn, the fact of it, that didn't preclude any kind of extremely late in the day amendment of their report. So I'm not sure why we're talking about that here. Accompanying his new report were several new spreadsheets of information that he created and that were not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. On June 2nd, 2025, the defense provided a 1-page amendment to the June 1, 2025 report, clarifying a notification on John O'Keefe's cell phone. Copy of the amendment is attached as Exhibit C. Look, guys, if we were in a normal universe where the rules applied, then Hank wouldn't have been able to pull this bullshit in the first place. And if Hank wasn't able to pull it, then we wouldn't be in a position of being like, should we apply the normal rules to Hank, or should we apply the rules that Hank has asked to be applied to Hank? Puts us in this very Alinsky-ish type of position where, you know, right is relative now. Rules are whatever the judge decides they're going to be in that particular moment. So, you know, if the commentary maybe isn't as grounded in the law as we might like at this point in time, it's because the law has proved to be a very unhelpful guide as to what Judge Cannoni is going to do in her courtroom. We're kind of out in the Wild West again. You know, we're out here in Deadwood in this courtroom because there are rules on the books, but they don't seem to matter. They don't seem to have a huge influence on what the outcome is actually going to be. So instead, we got to look at what is the standard that Hank has already gotten her to set. She wanted to bend over backwards to benefit him. So she applied a certain kind of rule system where it's totally fine for Aperture to have all of this information, not do anything with it, then come up with this late amendment to their opinion that doesn't change anything. You did a whole new freaking report, so something changed, but you just get up there and deny that anything has changed. So at some point, you know, I do wonder if the defense is just going to go ahead and adopt some of these positions that the Commonwealth seems perfectly willing to take. Put Mr. Ellington up there to say there's absolutely no change here. There's no change. This is just a clarification of what I looked at previously. And it's because they misinterpreted me and you know, are going to be misleading to the jury. This is that struggle we kind of talk about how long do you get cheap shotted before you got to stop being the only person with integrity in the room. It's, you know, it's frustrating for me as an attorney, not just to watch that this, you know, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing the way that this process is being conducted. Just the disrespect they have for not just the whole rule of law that's supposed to be more important than the egos and stuff of the individual people involved. So not just the kind of circus element of that that is particularly annoying, but just the fact that it's not good watching. It's not good watching. You know, when you're watching a boxing match. And guys, we're gonna, you know, this is suggested before. Maybe we should just look at this as more of a boxing match this time, because trying to look at rules maybe isn't the most helpful way to go. It isn't helping the predictive exercise. So at some point, maybe we just need to put that aside. But you know, if I'm watching a boxing match, some guy is just like dick punching the other. I don't want to watch that. It's not a good fight to watch. It's not a good fight to watch. And so similarly, if you're watching trial and it's just all this cheap stuff, all this, you know, how can we bend the rules, get around the rules, ignore the rules, and just no enforcement of any of it, it's really not good watching. So find a lot of this very frustrating as a lawyer. But we have this motion, right? We have this motion, and it'd be nice to talk about what the rules should be to govern this motion. But the problem is we've reached a point where it's pretty clear the rules don't matter at all. Talking about the rules isn't necessarily going to help us understand what Judge Cannoni is going to do here. So now Mr. Ellington, in his new report, purports to discuss and opine on industry standard best practices for handling seized devices. You mean kind of like Jessica Hyde testified to about putting it in the Faraday bag and so forth? investigate the timeline and circumstances surrounding the seizure and forensic imaging of the 2 iPhones by law enforcement. Well, there's a lot of questions about them, and it's not the defense fault that the prosecution hasn't established the chain of custody for those things, or that the prosecution has, given inconsistent stories about whether or not they had the password to Karen Reed's phone long before they extracted it, did the formal extraction in July of 2022. And conclude that there is no evidence to support that the devices were handled properly by law enforcement, and thus allegedly there is and always will be a high level of uncertainty regarding the validity and accuracy of the O'Keefe and Reed mobile device data. I would imagine it would raise some questions, right? If you don't have it in airplane mode, if you've messed around with the power, if it's been connected to the network, then yeah, that's the whole point. That's why you have the protocols to disconnect it so that people can't remote wipe it. People can't do things on other devices connected to the iCloud that then get synced up to the phone that hasn't been properly secured. I mean, a lot of good reasons why that's the case. And we heard some of that from Jessica Hyde. Surely the defense gets to respond to things that the prosecution witnesses testify to. Argument. Mr. Ellington's June 1st, 2025 report presents opinions and analysis that are entirely new and beyond the scope of his March 3rd, 2025 report. His new opinions and analysis could and should have been addressed in his prior report if the defense intended to raise these issues. It is far too late to do so now, after the Commonwealth has completed its case in chief and its digital forensic experts have already testified. Moreover, the defense has indicated that they intend to call Mr. Ellington tomorrow. Well, that would be today. Don't think it's going to happen, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. The Commonwealth has not had and will not have sufficient time to prepare for these new opinions before he testifies, even if the defense should be permitted to present these opinions in violation of their discovery obligations. In the interest of basic fairness, the defendant should be precluded from eliciting any testimony concerning the topics, opinions, and analysis in Mr. Ellington's new report. So, what jumps out to a lawyer about this argument section? Immediately, loud and clear. Don't even need to read it that closely before I know what we're dealing with here. What jumps out? No law. No law. Not a single bit of law. Nothing. No order. No rule. No case law. Nothing. No legal support for what they're asking for. Why? Maybe because it won't matter. It won't actually matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In this courtroom, you have no obligation to cite a legal basis for what you're asking the court to do, to explain why this situation, what rule is being violated, how is it being violated, and so forth. You don't have to do that in this courtroom if you're the Commonwealth. You don't have to do that. You don't need any law. Law. What kind of rube are you over here in Dedham, Massachusetts? Major tell here. So if Mr. Ellington is going to be soon up on the defense witness list, then yeah, they probably are going to go ahead and drop everything and take this up. Take this up before they do that. I mean, you would have to. You have to sort out what he can testify to before he can testify. So don't be surprised to see this completely unlegally substantiated argument here being moved to the top of the queue, given high priority, great attention by the judge. No law. No law, no explanation for how this is different from what the Commonwealth themselves did with Aperture. I mean, we know it's different because, duh, this is the Commonwealth who wants to present evidence when you're talking about Aperture. The defense, we're worried about the Commonwealth's right to a fair trial here. That's why we have to not let the defense play these games. We got to make sure the Commonwealth has a fair trial here. So, yeah, guess I'm feeling a little particularly jaded about this courtroom this morning. Just feeling a little particularly jaded about it. I mean, my expectations are low at this point, but I think part of the problem is because what's the reason to pay attention to the law in the first place? Okay, number one, we want to predict. It's law is a predictive exercise. You're trying to let your clients know you do this, you can expect that, you do this other, here's what's likely to happen. Example that's out there in the media right now, you're going to sue somebody and allege that they have caused you severe emotional harm because of how they treated you on set or something like that. Then you're going to be required to substantiate that. And you're going to be required to present your proof that that's the case. Similar situation that we saw over there in Depp v. Heard. Amber Heard's claiming Johnny Depp gave me PTSD. So Johnny Depp's like, great, sit down for your psych exam. And then Amber freaks out. Oh, no, you have to have one too. Well, the difference between us, the difference between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is that Johnny Depp wasn't asking for damages on the grounds that he says he has PTSD. So these things are predictable. You can predict as an attorney to your client, if you file this claim, if you make this allegation, here's what's going to happen in terms of the discovery process. And it's very predictable. Why? Because it's written down over here. And so, you have prior knowledge. You can make your decisions about how you want to proceed in your case with the understanding of what your decisions are going to unleash. People don't always listen. Then maybe you end up in a scramble when you realize the lawyers were right and you got to back off your claims or whatever. So that's one reason to care about the law. It helps you predict, but that's not working well in this courtroom, is it? Because we can go straight to Massachusetts case law, straight to Barbosa. Be like, that whole issue with bringing in the DNA when the witness who did the testing hasn't testified, that's a confrontation problem. Doesn't seem to matter in this court. Really doesn't seem to matter. The law doesn't matter. So it's not very helpful here because it's not working as a predictive exercise. What's the other reason you do it? To look at the appeal. Look at what might you have as an argument for appeal, grounds for appeal. Guys, our list for appeal is already so long. It's already so long. And we've seen this case already go through the Massachusetts appeal process a couple different times. Had an interlocutory appeal on the some of the earlier rulings. We had the interlocutory appeal on the double jeopardy issue. Guys, I went and looked through Judge Cannoni's appeal record. Remember that last year before the other trial, or like at the beginning of the other trial? I wrote a piece on my Substack. It's there if you're interested in it. Massachusetts courts don't look like a place that is real friendly to folks who rule for the defense. It's part of why Judge Bev's behavior in this particular case is such an eyebrow raiser, because it's not actually how she normally behaves. She's not routinely prejudiced against defendants, biased in favor of the Commonwealth. She's not a knee-jerk prosecutor's judge, which is why it's so strange to see her in this context. When you look at her opinions as a whole, her appeal record and her decisions, she rules a lot for the defense, and then those get overturned. Like, she has a bad appeal record because she rules for the defense and she gets overturned. So it's kind of hard for me to look at that particular environment, that appeal environment, and feel like any of this is real likely to matter either. It should. Should be a straightforward process of we look at the rules, we look at the case law. Those things are supposed to constrain the judge in their exercise of their discretion. It's supposed to establish certain priorities when it comes to being able to defend yourself, being able to respond to the other side, etc. Basic rules of the road in terms of what is fair play and what is not fair play. And I'm just, I guess I'm at a point today where I'm not sure any of it's going to matter. Really not sure any of it's going to matter. And what a note to take us into court on. Looks like they are.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Of course, we're going to go straight to sidebar. We're going to go straight to sidebar. So Mr. Yannetti is going next. Could be lucky. He handled lucky in the first trial. Not sure if he's going to handle Karina Kolakithis too, but I guess we'll see. How you guys doing today? How you guys doing today? I get to feel good repping again today. Had a nice win. Bryce Harper's back in the lineup. Maybe that's just been the issue all along. Bryce got hit in the elbow a week or so ago. Spencer Strider, old Spencer. They don't like Spencer at the bank. Spencer gets heckled pretty bad at the bank. Probably doesn't like it much there. And so he was pitching, hit Bryce in the elbow. Not good. Not good. So anyway, nothing broke, but Bryce has been out of the lineup for a week. Just came back yesterday. Got a home run in his first at bat. It was not just a home run in his first at bat in the first inning, but it was also back to back with Trey Turner. So it was a fun game to watch yesterday. We enjoyed watching the Phillies take on the Blue Jays and beat them on their home ground. Jennifer Aniston for Karen Reed. That's not a bad casting. I could see that working. I was looking for Kathy D's here. Still have residual stomach pains from Barros's cross yesterday. That's it's the kind of thing that can happen at trial. It really can. You have a moment, and it's a great moment, and it can turn real fast. It can turn real fast. I've seen a lot of different opinions about how that went, what it means, what the takeaway is, and stuff like that. And it's fun to talk about. Ultimately doesn't matter because it's up to the jury. We don't know what the jury is taking away from all of this. We don't know if it still landed with them in spite of that cross. We don't know if the cross, just kind of neutralized him completely as a witness. But I think it's hard to look at that and not, if you're inclined to lean in favor of the defense position on this case, which at this point I very much am. I don't believe the Commonwealth has met their burden of proof. They didn't do it in the first trial. We're giving them a second chance to do it in this trial. Didn't see it in this trial. So if you're inclined in that direction, then it's disappointing to see something like that happen because it's just such a good piece of evidence. The taillight wasn't in that condition like it was photographed in the Sallyport when it was picked up in Dighton. Taillight was not in that condition. That means the taillight was modified after it came into the possession of Trooper Proctor and Yuri Buchanan. Such extremely powerful and important evidence. And I just think it would be a mistake to underestimate how successful the cross-exam was. I think the problem is it puts now Mr. Barrows, Officer Barrows, in more or less the same position as Timothy Nuttall. And just because Hank Brennan is willing to be a massive hypocrite who, doesn't apply the same standard consistently. What's a standard? It's something that benefits me in the moment. That seems to be his set of principles. Most people aren't like that. Yeah, most people with good intentions and integrity are not like that. They do, in fact, have principles and the idea that they should be applied blindly and even-handedly, regardless of your preference, for one side or the other. Rules are the rules. They equally cover us. So if we're coming at it with that mindset, it's just very hard for me to look at a situation where we say, Timothy Nuttall had a very vivid memory. If I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And yet he's got other vivid memories too that just did not happen. The puffer coat, man, that puffer coat. What a vivid memory that was of having to, this was from the first trial. Timothy Nuttall testified he had to work to get the puffer coat off of John's body because his fingers and his hands, his extremities were starting to become so stiff, and they had to work it off. So it was very hard to get that puffer coat off. It's such a vivid memory, and there's never been a puffer coat ever. Never been a puffer coat ever. So it really calls into question, he's the great confabulator. It's kind of how I've thought about him this entire case. I don't think he was ill-intentioned. Don't think he's deliberately trying to make things up or exaggerate things. He's just one of the best confabulators I think we've ever seen. He so sincerely believes, and I hit him, that he is going to retell that story. It's going to grow in his head. Now it's going to be 3 times that she says it and not 2. Now it's going to be, a more dramatic context. Like he so believes in it that it becomes a better story every time he tells it. It's hard to look at that witness and discount what he says about Karen saying, I hit him, because he has clearly a bad memory. He's confabulated other types of things. And then not also apply that to Barrows. It's hard. You can always find distinctions. You can be like, well, but the problem is that Timothy Nuttall, he confabulated about the actual substance of what he's testifying about, right? He's testifying about the circumstances when he heard I hit him, but we can look on the video and see that that's not what happened. So that's a big part of why we can discount him, and that's not a bad point. We're not saying that there was no showing anyway yesterday that Officer Barrows has confabulated his memory of the taillight. But there is a pretty good evidence that he confabulated a memory about the first trial. It was not shown, wasn't shown that photo. Wasn't shown the photo, wasn't asked about it, but he remembered he did. So that's really the only way I think you can distinguish him from Timothy Nuttall. Is that, well, Timothy Nuttall confabulated about the actual substance of his testimony. Officer Barrows confabulated something else. It's kind of related, similar, but not actually the.
All right, we'll bring the jurors in. We'll take a few minutes. Tony, do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
So, I don't know. Something's going on this morning. Do you need her to step out? Why would they need her to step out? I don't know. Well, we don't need to stare at the fan. We'll just wait until the jury gets in. So, you can, I think, distinguish those and still have principle, but it's just challenging. It's challenging, and you have to kind of be incentivized to do that. You have to want a reason to believe Timothy Nuttall and not believe, or or the other way around, to not believe Timothy Nuttall and to believe Officer Barrows. We don't know if the jury shares that motivation. Don't know if they share that motivation. So I think there's a very significant risk that his testimony has just been neutralized. It's been neutralized. Very powerful, but just couldn't necessarily stick the landing all the way through cross-exam, which is very unfortunate. Now, having said that, we do know that the tow driver is also on the defense witness list. So if the tow driver comes in and the tow driver corroborates what Nicholas Barrows saw, then maybe that helps to rehabilitate him. Even if he had a wrong memory about the first trial and his testimony about the first trial, doesn't matter, because what he remembered about the tail light when it was all the way back in Dighton is corroborated by somebody else. Somebody else also saw that. That would be helpful. And so hopefully, if that type of testimony is available, we are going to get it in the case. But we'll have to just wait and see. Have to wait and see. Well, seeing more of the tail light, I'm literally talking yesterday because somebody had a question about, if the jury wants to rewatch these videos and stuff like that, are they going to be able to? Well, yeah, but within limits, because there's this general presumption you don't get to prioritize certain things over others. You don't get to make it be like the video is better evidence than the testimony. And so the jury is not supposed to put undue weight on one thing. And if we just sit and watch it and rewind it and stare at it and stuff, it might be improper. And yet then the Commonwealth just does that anyway in their case. Right? Commonwealth is just gonna kind of suggestively put the video up and highlight at certain points of it where it shows what? It shows what? What do you think it shows? Have we ever even been shown a photo of the normal operating condition of this taillight? I don't think we have. They just put it up on the screen and point to like, ooh, look at what it's doing with the color. Okay, number one, what does it look like normally? We don't even have a baseline to know if what we're looking at in that taillight is weird, is different, is off. We don't even have a baseline. But then, you watch the whole video and it's like, wow, that whole thing is red. That whole thing is red. The whole bar in the back when she's pulling out of the driveway. But then, there's a certain point. There's a certain point on the video where it's white instead of red. And that's what we're going to highlight and say that it's broken. I mean, the whole thing is just a little bit crazy. It really is. It's just so crazy, the level of the gaslighting.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Loughran.
Brian Loughran, here we go. See what we get from Lucky.
step up, take your oath, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Make a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
All my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
No
And what
kidding.
is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
With Chris
Having
Albert,
grown up
huh?
in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
Interesting.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes, and interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Alberts residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
All right. You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW, I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert? from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would. The Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Frankentruck.
Frankentruck. Frankentruck.
Yes.
Like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Frankentruck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
Must have been a Chevy.
I'd like to show you some
Uncomfortable.
photos, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Frankentruck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict Frankentruck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Give us the photos of
Perhaps
Frankentruck.
they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes.
Guys, there's a reason why they put that
And
covenant
once that's
engine in
done,
the
you
board,
can feel free to
okay?
Thank you very much.
It's more comfortable.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
We can already see
Thank you.
it coming.
And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolk, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Yannetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what they are?
Great idea.
Great idea.
Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30 Frankentruck, and it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Frankentruck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please.
Did he go and get these since the first
This is
trial?
211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Frankentruck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel, and then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift, and then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
We should.
What is it? Is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you, Your Honor. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
yes,
And you see the red dot there?
yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview?
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
means?
around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes,
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back?
yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be a.m.?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Frankentruck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
God forbid animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom?
Come on, stream. Gotta have our daily glitch.
Take that left, and did you do something else?
I did not take the...
Back us up.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second
All right, guys.
time.
Here we go.
Are
We're a
you,
couple seconds behind.
On the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom?
Oh, it's going to be glitchy today.
What do you do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow? Recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you.
As far as my eyes would let me see.
As a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes.
So you're coming up from behind it?
Correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
Adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door. in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Alberts residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman, and how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be a.m.?
a.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Frankentruck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I did.
you? How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No.
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without
He's a
telling us
Zamboni
what
driver.
you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Now get ready for this guy to be
Exhibit.
berated.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have exhibits.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
How snide and snippy can we be to Lucky?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way.
He's already said no.
I
But Hank
did not
ignores his
know
answer.
I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
Object.
Sir,
That's
You
answered.
received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
Still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No.
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
No.
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one side
Yes.
or the other?
Yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging.
Did
but
you?
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
So would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, and did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory at the time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did you go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
he can answer that.
He keeps
Can you
loading it
answer
up.
that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, well, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
Okay. You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
Are you prepared, Hank? You got something to show him?
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview, passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
Cedar Crest?
I don't remember.
Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about remembering, okay?
Okay.
So I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
I wonder if the defense is going to call, was it Louis Dutrous as well? He was the boss at the DPW that Proctor went and talked to, and then said he was told that there were no plows out at that time. I wonder if we're going to hear from him too. Speaking of pressure, you know.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
How are you going to deal with
At the
that
time
now,
you-
Hank?
They say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m. That is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time. whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from
Not
the tow
getting there,
truck
Hank.
and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. A snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
Were lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes. You said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than.
Is the dumpster going to jump
man's
out
body,
in front of
wouldn't
your plow truck?
Yes, it would be.
So you pay attention
And
to
so you
it?
have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night.
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster. That would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024. And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Objection. System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, do you recall, it was the time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Objection.
Very different.
He's denied
And
that.
it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of the yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
So several hours later, after the storm has come up more, you want to show him that video? Could be more of an objection there, but you know, depends on how aggressive you want to be, I
Could you
guess.
stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27.
We are before 6:19:27, Hank.
Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that
There, you
there?
can see him right there. You can see all the way down.
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
That's not
Can we
far
go
at
to
all.
6:32:45,
It looks way
please?
further until you see his plow. It's like it's right there. Oh, Lord, the stream is glitching, I guess.
Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
Didn't look like him.
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It
Can
wasn't
we
a
go
truck.
back to
That's why.
6:35:12?
Looked like a passenger vehicle.
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I
Not the
saw
only car
the
with those
first time
lights.
was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Can we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please.
Maybe we could see better if somebody had actually taken care of the wipers on these police cars.
Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
This seems like such an easy redirect. Were you the only plow out that night, or is your plow the only plow that would go down Cedar Crest at any point? Cedar Crest, the main road. I can't believe how close it is.
Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
I mean, Hank's trying to apply. Okay, he's going back and forth because he's a looky-loo. He's trying to pay attention.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up, I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. It takes about 3 hours, could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer, they're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Objection.
Let's get different, Mr. Brennan.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
Objection. Move this one further objection.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
That was a real dud of a cross. Holy cow.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I have 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right, and you mentioned the
Water
net.
in it.
The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct? There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Frankentruck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw
Objection.
first responder vehicles.
You denied it.
That was based on your memory, wasn't it? It was based on your memory.
It's denied. He denied it.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
No?
Objection.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
No. He said there wasn't
Remember his
3.5
question
years
about all
of
the
media
attention
about a
after this
dumpster.
case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. Do you remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come sidebar?
He wants to put it in, but you have no, I don't think you have a very good foundation for that. You want to put in a turtle boy piece? They know, the camera knows. The camera knows. Look at him. He's all bemused. What? What's going on here? They want to try to put a Turtle Boy article into evidence. Oh, man. This cross has been such a major flop. Such a major flop. Maybe he would have been better being more of a dick to Lucky. Maybe misgaged that one. I mean, Lowley did so much better a job with that issue of the basketball net, because the issue wasn't that he hit the basketball net. It was that he didn't report hitting the basketball net. He made a mistake and then he didn't report it. He was supposed to report it, but he didn't. And that was against policy. And the way Lowley was able to bring it out in the first trial was to just make it come across then as like his testimony is self-serving. But all Hank did here is just, you misjudged. You misjudged where the portable basketball net was. That's not it. That is not it. That is not impeachable. I can't believe he showed us that video of exactly how close Cedar Crest is. It's right there. Of course you could see down. And if there's a Ford Edge parked out front, you'd be able to see that. Of course you'd be able to see that. I didn't even realize until he showed us this video how easy it would be to see down to 34 Fairview from Cedar Crest.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your doors.
So they're going to let the jurors out, and I guess we're going to argue this in court, or they're going to stay in sidebar. I don't know. They're going to give the jury the morning recess. I'm being corrected. People saying he did report it. I thought he didn't. I thought that was the issue. Somebody reported it, but I think it was not him. I think the homeowner reported it. That's vaguely what I remember. I'll check the notes when we get a chance here. Not sure exactly what Bev is doing here. So he was on day 29. All right. Remember, Lally knew exactly, or he knew exactly the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee. Lally tried to challenge him on that. It's the first thing we jumped to in my notes. Oh, let's see. Let's find the basketball net. Oh, he says he did call it in. He hit a basketball. He hit a basketball hoop. He called it in. The point was just to make sure that he was covered. He didn't remember when it was. It wasn't intentional. He was attempting to go around it. Machine had a different size body than the original was, and so he misjudged the distance. I think you guys are absolutely right with that correction. It looks like he does say he called it in. Well, then why do I have this sense that Lally did so much better on the cross-exam than Brennan did? He just, I don't know, hit on the timeline. Yeah, I don't know. Boy, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't remember that too well. He doesn't recall exactly what time he hit the basketball hoop. I guess I'll take the screen off. He didn't remember like on which pass it was or whatever. Did he hit the basketball hoop? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought I remembered it the other way, but you guys were right. That was he did call it in, so it wasn't that. Well, the moment that brought me great joy. The moment that brought me great joy on this cross was well, there were actually a couple of moments. It first started off when Brennan's trying to walk him through there. Remember you telling the PI that you saw the edge all the way from Cedar Crest, and he says he doesn't remember ever saying that, and the guy says and so Brennan's like, you know, take a look at this, but you didn't write it, so I'm not going to ask you about it, but just take a look at it and see if that refreshes your recollection. It does not. No, it does not. He still doesn't remember telling him that, regardless of what that guy put in his report. So where does that put you now, Hank? He doesn't remember it. Are you going to call the PI to impeach him? That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to call the defense PI to come in and testify that that is what Lucky told him that he put in the report. You think the PI is going to do that? Do you think the PI might say it's possible I was confused or something like that? I don't know. I don't know if Hank knows. And so if Hank doesn't know what the defense PI would say in response to being called, are you going to call him? I don't know about that. So I had the first little glimmer of, oh, how fun when it first came up there. But then it got really, really hammered with the FBI questioning the other law enforcement agency, the ones that you'd get into trouble You'd get into trouble if what you told them was not accurate. And he flat out denies telling them the things that that Brennan is asserting. At 2:30 start time, out by midnight. He was shown it in the first trial vehicle out in front of Fairview at 3:30. He says specifically that is not what I said, and he denied making the statements. So what are you going to do now, Hank? You going to call the FBI to the stand? You going to call the FBI to the stand to say that's what he was told? You going to get those agents on that went out and interviewed him? You just snookered yourself, Hank. You just snookered yourself. Because either you're going to put an FBI agent on the stand who's going to be like, yeah, I'm an FBI agent and I interviewed Lucky Loughran. You know, you're gonna let the dam open. Get the FBI on the stand? No, you're actually not, because you're going to have the same problem calling the FBI to the stand as the defense would have, which is they have the supremacy. You have no power to subpoena them into court unless they say, yeah, okay, I'll come. And they have their whole process, the TUI process that we've heard about a million times, that you have to go through, the bureaucratic review and approval and so forth that you have to go through if they're going to respect your subpoena and come into court. And hate to break it to you, but you're not getting that done in the next, 1 week to 2 weeks. Not going to happen. So you're stuck. You're stuck with his answer. He denied it. You confronted him with something that you didn't have a pathway to get into evidence. You didn't have a pathway to get that in. So now you're stuck with his answer. I don't know how you're going to fix that. Oh, my heart sang. My heart sang. That's why you plan your cross around stuff that you have receipts for, that you are actually going to be able to get in and put into evidence. If you're going to say he said something, got to have the receipts. He's not going to have them. He's not going to have them. He's not going to be able to get the FBI on the stand to say, yes, he gave me this whole different timeline. Don't think that's going to happen. I could be surprised. Could be surprised, but I'm betting against that one. So, this was just a flail. It was just a flail. Lucky is pretty rock solid, isn't he? He remembers what he remembers, and he's not coming off of it. And he's not going to be pushed around and have things characterized in a way he disagrees with. He's going to insist he never felt threatened, never felt intimidated, never felt pressured. Of course, Hank is going to ignore his answers, and he's still going to ask questions where he assumes that Lucky was intimidated or pressured or whatever. He's going to load that into his question. And of course, when the defense objects, the judge isn't going to have a problem with it. Not a problem that it's not in evidence and he's already denied it, because it's been at least 5 minutes. And so Bev doesn't remember what's in evidence or not. She probably doesn't remember if he's been asked this or not. Can't be bothered to keep track of what the evidence of the case is. So how could you possibly know that he's already denied this multiple times when Hank comes back with this question? Well, but before you were in this is were you afraid of getting more intimidation? No. Nope. You're going to ignore the fact that you denied telling the FBI that the timeline was, 3:30 when the first responders were down there and so forth. You're going to deny that. And you're just going to say, when you told the FBI it was this time, he already denied that. That was objectionable, should have been sustained. But, you know what courtroom we're in. You know what courtroom we're in. The rules are not even really a guideline. Like, sometimes the rules are just a guideline at best, give you a general hint of how things might go. Not sure we even really get that in this court. Well, this is a little bit of a breath of fresh air. Nobody out there on that front lawn. Look at the lights on that thing. Frankentruck. It's not actually, you know, I couldn't see exactly. It looked like it was international. Pretty sure we knew it was international from the first trial, the manufacturer. It's not actually a Ford or a Chevy, although there may be a little overlap with the international engine and the Ford, the early Ford diesels and stuff, but don't know what year we're dealing with anyway. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, so I guess just now they're going to recess. They've been sitting in sidebar the entire time. I can't believe he showed us that video. Until he showed us that video, I just really assume Cedar Crest, you see it kind of get dark, you know, towards the end. And, you know, you see the road and you just see this dark at the far end. I just assumed that Cedar Crest would have been like way past that. And part of the reason why is because we had Heather Maxson and Ricky D'Antonio and Ryan Nagel take, you know, Aaron takes the right-hand turn onto Fairview from Cedar Crest and goes and parks in front of 34 Fairview. Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson take the left-hand turn from Cedar Crest in the Fairview, like at the same time, right? They wait for Karen to go, then they make their turn. But somehow it's like there's this sense of a big missing time because the car is already parked there when they arrive. But like, how did they like lose sight? How did they lose sight of Karen's car? It's literally right there. Like, that's why I got this idea maybe that Fairview is some distance from Cedar Crest, or at least like, you know, maybe it's around a blind turn or something like that, where there would be an actual opportunity to lose sight of the car. Like, why would there be this gap where things are going on with the car? Somebody, John got out at some point. Right? If he's not in the car when they're driving by and leaving, then he got out at some point. They didn't see him get out at any time when they're just sitting there. So I just would have visually imagined that, you know, in my mind, quite a bit different than what the video actually shows us. I would have thought it would be way off in the distance, but it's right freaking there. It's right there. You could see everything, even if he had seen the Ford Edge from Cedar Crest. Even later in the morning, when the storm is getting worse. The storm got worse as the day went on. So the storm is worse at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock than it was at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. But even under those worst conditions, you would have been able to see a car parked out in front of 34 Fairview from Cedar Crest. I have no doubt in my mind now, having just been shown that video on cross-examination. What a strange decision. What a strange decision. And the point seemed to be to suggest that he's a looky-loo? He's just there to get dirt on the Alberts? Or something? Like, where would you even get that? Okay, let's say he was a looky-loo. Let's say he was going back and forth on this road. So what? There's a law enforcement response. Maybe he's interested in that. So what? Like, we got nothing that turns any of this into a some kind of grievance against the Alberts that would make him make something up? Or are you just going with fame whore again? Fame whore? Lucky one is 15 minutes. Needed to interject himself like Dr. Russell? That was the payoff, was other vehicles went by. I can see with my own eyeballs when you're showing me this video of vehicles going by, several of them just visually don't look at all like the one he identified as his own plow. I don't know what this calculation was that Mr. Brennan made to play that video, but that was a bad call. That was absolutely a bad call. Because now it makes it seem like, okay, not only if Lucky saw the car from Cedar Crest, I completely believe that now. Thank you for showing me that. I completely believe he could have seen the car all the way from Cedar Crest. But it also kind of makes me think that there was nowhere near enough time for Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel to lose sight of Karen's car for any like extended period between them both turning onto Fairview Road and ending up over there in front of the house. And so that just tells me, like, as soon as they pulled up, John is out the car. He's out, like, as soon as they get there. Because that's the only, like, time gap you have. You don't have, like, oh, maybe a minute that it took to get down Fairview. You know, a minute you could have lost sight of it. They could have sat there. They could have chatted. And then he goes, no, I mean, you're, like, right behind them, and it's maybe 300 feet. So really seems to me, just given that time frame now and that visual, only way I can make sense out of that, John's out of that car as soon as they get there at Fairview, because you just got very little time before the next pickup is coming up, and they didn't see you in the grass. They didn't see you in the front yard. They didn't see you getting out of the car. They just see when they drive by, you're not there. You're not in it. So that's about the only time we have. It happened fast. Huh. Well, we know that Brennan wants very much to bring in the Turtle Boy article. It seems to be what the sidebar was about. I don't know how that's going to go. I don't think that this article is sort of like the kind of attention that you got. This document that I'm showing you is kind of like the attention that you got around your testimony in the first trial. That's not a foundation to get this particular thing in. We still don't have identification of exactly what this thing is. Is it true and accurate, et cetera, et cetera. So once again, it's like, not sure he's got the receipts that he needs if he really wants to go down this road. He really wants the Turtle Boy article in. I don't know why. Really don't. How are you going to get it in? You're going to put Turtle Boy on the stand. Then the jury's going to notice, oh, that guy that's been sitting here in the courtroom a few times covering the trial. He's very normalized by being, part of the press pool, trying to make him out like this scary intimidator, favorable to the defense. Here's how we know Lucky wasn't like super hardcore prepped by the defense. Because when Hank gave him that opening about, would you say the blogger is more friendly to one side or the other? Oh man, the answer you could have prepped for that kind of question, anything like that opened the door, Yeah, that blogger knows that Karen is innocent and that this is a frame job, and he's been writing about it for 2.5 years. That's how you know Lucky wasn't prepped, that he didn't give that answer. Yeah, what are you going to do now, Hank? You going to put Turtle Boy on the stand, or are you going to just give up that receipt? I don't know. Curious to see. Going to spend your precious rebuttal time making sure they see the Turtle Boy article. That's all you got. I guess that's all you got. You're going to try to argue that Lucky was really pressured and intimidated, even though he denies it. He, in fact, follows this blogger himself now. I find it hard to reconcile that you would follow somebody that has been threatening or intimidating you, or that you even take it badly. Anything that he, said or did. I'm sure there's probably a lot of people in the chat who have read the article, Turtle Boy piece, that Turtle Boy piece that he's talking about. What's it say? What's it say? Curious to know what it says. Sounds like from Brennan's description, it should. They're saying it should come for. He should come forward, or he should talk, and it apparently he did, and now he follows the blogger. Like, this is a very weak fact to try to hang an impeachment of Lucky on, but I guess he's just got nothing else. He couldn't make the other stuff land. You guys are totally right. I think I had it confused in my head. It was the edge, is because he didn't report the edge. He was trying to do the Albert family a solid by not reporting this edge that's not supposed to be in the way of my plow, and I could get it towed if I wanted to, but I'm doing a courtesy to you. Doesn't that undermine this whole argument or this implication, I guess, that he's looking to interject himself, looking to, I don't know, take the opportunity to throw the Alberts under the bus by saying he didn't see anything by the flagpole? But he literally just did them a solid. He doesn't have a motive. If he had antagonism towards the Albert family, Brian Albert, you'd get his freaking car towed. Of course you would. Why not? It's right there. It's a free pain in the ass thing that you can do. So it really undercuts that argument. But I forgot. I think that's where I had it confused, because he did report that he ran into the basketball hoop, but he didn't report that he ran into the edge, or that he ran into the edge. He didn't run into the edge. He saw the edge. He didn't report that the edge was parked where it wasn't supposed to be. It was blocking the plow route. Yeah, hearing him again this time, I would be interested now to go back and re-listen to that cross from Lally, because we already know from juror Ronnie that the first jury, they basically discounted Lucky. And I thought he said it was because of the basketball hoop. Thought he said it was because of the deal with the basketball hoop, that they just decided he didn't have credibility. He didn't have something to report. My gut feeling sitting here, Lally did a heck of a lot better on cross with Lucky Loughran than Mr. Brennan has managed to achieve here. Well, while we wait, why don't we see what you guys have been thinking and saying and commenting. Miriam, is it common that not all juror members write? Very common. Very common. Not everybody is a note taker. Some people, it would distract them. They wouldn't be able to divide their attention between writing and listening. So you got to prioritize one. Some people, you're only going to remember, this is me, you're really only going to remember stuff by writing it down. My whole note thing is it's only marginally related to being able to go back and refer to it later. And it is nice to have that, but it's mainly because it's the writing it down is what makes me remember that I heard it. So it's also part of the reason why I try to be, pretty accurate with it. If I'm summarizing, I don't, put things in quotes or whatever. If I quote, I'm going to be pretty darn sure that I got it right, because it's the whole process of making sure that I remember it. So some people are going to be like that. They'll take more notes. Other people, it'll be a distraction. They won't do it. I think that's pretty common. Earbuds in the kitchen. Theory. Brian Higgins went to Canton Police Department to get CSI type equipment plus cleaning supplies to look for trace evidence inside and a CPD radio to monitor radio traffic. I wonder if we're going to get Brian Higgins on the stand to be able to ask him what exactly was in that big duffel bag that you moved between the vehicles. What was all that about? All these things that we saw you do on the video. What was all that about? I mean, he'll probably have an answer. It's my overnight bag. Sometimes I sleep in the office, stuff like that. I went and picked it up because I'd been gone all day. I mean, I don't know. But I think this is, it's a possible theory. I think generally monitoring stuff makes sense. I don't think they need a CPD radio, do they? Does CPD, they wouldn't. Hey, maybe they would. Sometimes they do things on the block channels. If they're doing like this, the SWAT team is getting together to do a raid, they do all of their organizing on channels that are not, you can't just like listen to the scanner and hear what they're doing. So maybe he's anticipating there's going to be chatter on one of these non-public lines. But otherwise, they can just monitor the scanner for calls coming in, people being sent out to the area, something like that. They wouldn't necessarily need a specific Canton radio for that. NJ Kathy, compare this to Murdoch crime scene control. The Boston law enforcement agencies are a joke. Massachusetts residents should be upset, especially given what they pay in state property and sales taxes. A lot of taxes, and this is the service you get for it. Tell you, I'd be not real happy with that if I was a Massachusetts taxpayer. Just me personally. So I didn't watch the Murdoch trial. I just, saw the pieces of it coming through from time to time, but I don't know much about the crime scene controller or what they did. Wouldn't be terribly difficult for me to believe that they cleared the extremely low bar. That is the performance of the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department in this case. But I don't know anything about the specifics of that. Abacus flinch. If the Commonwealth cites no law, then can the defense point to Bev's rulings on aperture? I don't see why they wouldn't. Why not? They've already done it before a couple of times. Just did it yesterday. Pointed out, hey, under the standard you set, Judge, when you were applying this rule the other way, you did it differently. We didn't get to ask Judd Welcher all these questions about stuff that he read and used, but said he disagreed with. So we didn't get to cross him on that because he said he disagreed with. Hank doesn't get to go and cross-examine Dr. Russell then about the stuff that she disagreed with. They got her blocked in, and Bev just she's got extremely poor judgment, I think, of what is actually reviewable and likely to be reviewed and likely to make her look bad. And in her mind, maybe she's the center of the universe, right? She's the hero of the story. And so she's very focused on how she looks and her own consistency and her own hypocrisy and stuff like that. And so she thinks maybe that would be really bad on appeal. It really wouldn't. You really wouldn't, because these are discretionary decisions. And you know, if there's basically any argument for it being proper either way, you're gonna get upheld on that. But it just seems like she's really concerned about getting caught, you know, being a hypocrite. Being a hypocrite is not an appealable error. It's a moral failing, but it's not an appealable error. So she's really, really focused on that instead of on what she should be focused on, which is, you know, the law that applies in the case. If she doesn't pay any attention to that, this is what you have on appeal to work with. This is what the law is and the rules are and the constraints on your discretion and so forth. Court, in everything else being equal, really doesn't care if you're a hypocrite or not. The Court of Appeals. So yeah, they can. I think they will. I think they have a record of doing that now. I think they have a record of success when they do that, because for whatever reason, that's more important to her than getting the ruling right in the first place. More important to her to not contradict herself. I guess that would just be particularly embarrassing for her. Misjudged the defense. Name your cast for the movie. Oh boy. Name the cast for the movie. Karen Reed, I'm going with Margot Robbie. Alan Jackson, I'm going with Matt Damon. David Yannetti, I'm going with, I'd like a young Harvey Keitel. If I could get a young Harvey Keitel, that's what I would go with. Mr. Alessi. Maybe Chalamet, maybe Tim Chalamet. Hank Brennan. Who are we casting as Hank Brennan? The guy who, I can't remember his name, but he replaced Johnny Depp as Grindelwald. That guy. I can't remember his name now. And cast him as Hank Brennan. Lally, Paul Giamatti. And Judge Bev. Who do we cast as Judge Bev? I gotta go with Kathy Bates. I gotta go with Kathy Bates as Judge Bev. That's my cast, guys. What do you think? Does that sound like a banger of a movie? I think that'd be a pretty dope movie. I think my favorite character would be the David Yannetti character. That's how I'm seeing it. What do you guys think of that? Marie V. Sands, I can't believe that it is okay for the Commonwealth to hide evidence because it contradicts their theory. The jurors can't emit a fair verdict without all of the information. Well, I mean, there's a lot built into your observation here, including the assumption that this is about getting to the truth at all. Philosophically, theoretically, the idea is if we have two advocates that are both presenting a, one-sided version of what they think the reality is, the truth is, that the jurors will be able to choose between those or reconcile them and sort of figure out what the right path is. Basically, if I'm your adversary and you don't bring something out, I have the incentive to bring it out. So it'll all, kind of wash. It'll all come out in the wash by the time it gets to the jury. But the practical reality is it doesn't actually work like that, does it? Because the defense can't always get in stuff that the Commonwealth chooses to cherry pick. And the best example of that, Karen Reed's own statements. The Commonwealth has pretty much great power to limit exactly what the jury hears from Karen Reed, because it's not hearsay when they offer it, but it's hearsay when the defense does. So they're not on an even playing field when it comes to being able to present evidence to the jury. So philosophically, it's supposed to get us to the truth, but does it actually work that way? Well, no. No, it doesn't. It's presumed that the Commonwealth is going to act like an advocate, that they're going to present a narrative And it's going to be the jury's job to work through the narratives to decide what the truth is. Maybe it shouldn't be like that. Just put that out there. Maybe the prosecutor shouldn't be an advocate for guilt. Maybe that's not their role. They don't actually represent, victims of crime and stuff like that. Not actually their lawyer. You represent all of us. You represent the public and the public interest. But that's the system maybe that we'd like to have, not necessarily the one that we do. Yep, totally okay for the Commonwealth to hide stuff. The presumed remedy as well. If they leave something out, the defense can go and bring it in, and then the jury will know. But as we know, that's just not the legal reality a lot of the time. James Casatelli, what would be the best outcome for this case in terms of correcting all the harm that's been done to the rule of law? I mean, that's a really tough question, because the problem is once you've undermined the rule of law, it's really hard to get that back. It's really hard to get that back, because you're talking about a real foundational part of your institution of justice. And I think we've seen some of this with other branches of government. I think we've seen some of that harm to the rule of law. I'll give you an example. Hello, controversy. Shall we start off our morning with a little sip of controversy today? Why not? It's Wednesday. It's a half day. Roe v. Wade and Dobbs. Guys, Roe v. Wade and Dobbs. Just my personal opinion. It's not just my opinion. A lot of people share this opinion. Regardless of your view on the merits of whether abortion should be free, legal, everywhere, no shame in it, nothing like that, or whether you think abortion should be illegal, no exceptions, limited exceptions, whatever. Regardless of your personal views about abortion policy and what would be good or not good, the Roe versus Wade decision was extremely damaging to the rule of law and extremely damaging to the U.S. Supreme Court as an institution. Extremely damaging, because there is nothing in the Constitution that addresses abortion. Even in the legal analysis, it's based on the penumbras of the Constitution. We're gonna look at what the Constitution protects, and we're going to try to derive principles from it of privacy and autonomy and things like that. And that might all be fair and good, that those are values that the Constitution protects. But then we're going to turn that into saying that this particular act that the founders did not specifically address, and I'd be willing to bet historically did not generally support, is protected by the Constitution. It was extremely damaging to the rule of law to go and start identifying constitutional rights that don't have a historic or a textual grounding. This was the court getting involved into making policy. And whether you think the policy was right or not, it was extremely damaging to the rule of law, to the credibility of the institution of the court. And so, okay, 50 years later now we have Dobbs, and Dobbs overturns that. Dobbs recognizes this was never particularly well grounded in the constitutional jurisprudence, so we're going to get rid of it. Did that solve the problem? No, it didn't, because the problem is the whole issue now has become politicized. The court has become politicized. And so the same people that would, be very supportive of the rights that were recognized under reversal of it as the abrogation of it as
Sorry, I
political.
have just a few more questions.
So you haven't solved the problem.
When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, a still photo from that clip.
Oh boy. Gotta pull out the dumpster. Impeachment by dumpster. Is the flaming dumpster in the room with us now, Hank?
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
I don't.
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing, as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even deliver peaches for 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the outlets, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly that is pretty discouraging when that is happening when you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at the trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
With redactions, let me guess.
So I need to
FKR.
see what that is.
Let me guess. FKR is going to be redacted.
Make this very brief, please.
So impeachment by dumpster and van photo seems to be what we got here. Hard for me to see how any of this is landing. Doesn't seem very powerful to me, but who knows what the jury thinks. Karen's back in that powder blue. That's a good one.
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Loughran?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Loughran, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughran, you are all set, sir. Okay.
Very good.
Is there another witness, Mr.
The defense calls Karina Kolakithis.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
Karina Kolakithis.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Yeah, we know they're going to have to address if Turtle Boy's reports are correct, that she's got some information about Jen McCabe trying to tell her that that Karen had been caught on video running into John, and this was part of the same media story that was going out at about the same time that the group chat was happening with the reporters being in D&E Pizza and tell him the guy never came in the house and tell him I think something about she went to the psych hospital, stuff like that. So the story management is in full effect right around this time. We know there was reports early on in the media that said that this was on, said that police had recovered ring camera video, implying that they had ring camera video of the incident, when in fact they didn't. They had ring camera video from John's ring camera. Did not show anything except Karen breaking her taillight at 5:07 in the morning.
Follow me. Then you guys step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolokithas. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as Yannetti.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
She looks
married?
fantastic.
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolokithas.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college, so she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After like sporting, like after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and,
okay.
do stuff like that?
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. Like, we saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020. 2020? Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there, and we just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I went home first. I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the Waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the Waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the Waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go. Keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the Waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in and I said to my husband, I'm like, where's everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich. So just hang out with me while I eat and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family, so I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So. I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right. The Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right. It's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the Waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the Waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the Waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the Waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the Waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a height. I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order in order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And
slurring.
Did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we
Notice
can,
that, guys?
well, first of all,
Take note.
have you seen that video before?
Didn't walk up and grab
I
her
have.
tits, okay?
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf?
We'll take your word for it, Mr. Maine.
Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach you quickly?
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay.
It's like Jen across
So
the
right
table.
there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And
And
then
you're, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yes.
correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay. And
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the Waterfall, or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself Jennifer McCabe and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
See John back there.
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. Can you play? And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
Now. We might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yep. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other 3 men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right. Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the
Our
direction
right,
that
his
he's
left.
facing in, who's over there?
Looker's left. Or skier's left.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wolk, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that,
He put his left arm up.
okay, appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Objection to this whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
I'll bear that in mind.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolokithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Objection.
Sustained. Commonwealth versus Pleas, Mr.
Understood.
Oh, she's got law now?
Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
So nothing about gossip, I guess.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John?
I did.
He was a kind man?
Very kind.
Generous?
Very generous.
Thoughtful?
Very thoughtful.
Soft-spoken?
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolokithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Because they're going to be done now. She's going to call it an end to the day. It's 12:30 over there. They're not going to start a new witness. She said they would be done by 1, so that's where I think is going to happen. So what did we really get out of this? Is a good mood. That kiss on the forehead that was so sweet. I mean,
just one question.
I think that's the bulk of it. to just kind of undermine this idea that John had decided, John had like tried to dump her earlier in the day. And so, she's just like latched herself onto him and has this revenge plan in mind. I mean, it's very hard to make sense of what the actual theory of motive is because it's a little bit incomprehensible and they haven't come out explicitly and said.
So I'm going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, if they could just, or Paul, they could just go back maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back. So.
All rise for the court, please.
Weird. I guess because maybe we have to deal with this issue with Ellington? I don't know. Very strange. Well, we'll just wait and see what happens. But yeah, the theory that the Commonwealth seems to have put out, I mean, that's the link to the text from that morning, right? The text chain to that morning, they're trying to say the relationship was bad, it was doomed, Karen was being dumped, the writing was on the wall. And so this really seems to be a rebuttal of that. There was nothing obvious going on that would suggest any kind of, weird motive or something. I think they're just going to be talking up here at Sidebar. So I'm going to go ahead and mute it unless they come back and start doing something. Karina has no reason to lie, right? She's friends with all these people. She's friends with John. She's friends with Jen. She met all the others. Just a normal mom from Canton hanging out. Nothing obviously wrong. But the only other thing I think going on here, no concern about Karen driving. She seemed fine. Talked to her all night. No concerns about her getting into the car to drive. So those are really the two main benefits. Of course, we got a rewatch of the Waterfall video and the interaction between Higgins and John as Higgins and them were leaving. We have already seen that, so she wasn't necessary to put that out. But I don't know, potentially helpful, I guess. Okay, guys, if Judge Bev is going to spontaneously volunteer some type of law, that I'm going to go see what that is. So I did do that. It was not hard to find. Maybe we'll just real quickly take the chance to go ahead and look at this. Commonwealth versus Michael Pleas. I'll just take myself off. Because, this is in the middle of an objection about, Mr. Yannetti is asking her to kind of identify what's going on in the video. And there's a sustained, an objection that's sustained. And she says, Commonwealth versus Pleas, Mr. Yannetti. Like, you need to remember this case. You need to remember this, rule or guideline or something like that. Normally when someone says, the judge says, remember this case, it's because, that case is, setting a standard that I need to follow. So what does Pleas actually tell us? In Pleas, the sole issue on appeal is whether the trial judge erred in allowing a police officer to testify as a lay witness that one of the people shown on the bank surveillance videotape robbing and assaulting the victim was the defendant. We affirm. So no, it was not error for a police officer as a lay witness to identify somebody on a video. It was a burglary. There's some stuff that's caught on video. And so the officer testifies. He's known the defendant for 9 to 10 years, so he knows him outside of work. Spoke with the defendant on many occasions before. He was shown one of the pictures from the bank surveillance camera. And he recognized the person as the defendant and then ID'd him in court. Was that a problem? No, it was not. We already know from the outcome. So why was this not a problem? Because courts have long held police officers' testimony could aid the jury in determining if the person whose picture had been taken sometime in the past was the same person who sat in the courtroom as the defendant. You get to identify people from photos and videos and so forth. So, they're going through some cases where it's been allowed, but then they said in other cases it's not. It hasn't been allowed in some other cases. So in these other cases, one, they improperly admitted it because the jurors could draw that conclusion themselves. Jurors, the video speaks for itself, best evidence kind of issue. Just watch it yourselves and you can see what it is. But any error was deemed harmless as the evidence against the defendant was deep and the officer's testimony was cumulative. So it didn't matter anyway. The jury can figure it out for themselves, but it didn't matter that it was brought in. In one case, it involved a composite sketch. Again, the court stated the jury had both the composite and the photograph and could make the comparison for themselves. Interesting. Massachusetts apparently allows composite sketches to be admitted. Hey, Delphi folks. Composite sketch was admitted. Apparently not hearsay. Apparently not a problem in that particular case. Big issue in Delphi. Composite sketches get kept out. Why? Because they look absolutely nothing like Richard Allen. Absolutely nothing like him. So then we kind of get to what the rule is. The subject matter to which the testimony relates cannot be reproduced or described to the jury precisely as it appeared to the witness at that time. And second, that the facts upon which the witness is called to express his opinion are such as men in general are capable of comprehending and understanding. In other words, it's not specialized knowledge or expertise or anything like that. So the limitation is their opinions, if you're a lay person not qualified as an expert, are rationally based on the perception of the witness and helpful to a clear understanding of his testimony or the determination of a fact and issue. Helpful is the only reason that the court has identified previous cases where it wasn't allowed, where they said the jury is capable of figuring this out for themselves. That means it's not helpful to the jury, so it's failing this second prong. So then they go through the federal courts, and then they, compare these things to the, what the standard is in these different circumstances. So in the federal rules, they'll consider how familiar are you with them? Had you ever seen him before? How many opportunities did you have? Has the person changed their appearance since then? Like lots of times in federal cases where police officers have said, yeah, that's the defendant. I mean, there's been thousands of cases where that's happened. These factors, the condition of the surveillance pictures, the familiarity of the witness with the person's appearance at the time the picture was taken, and whether the person was disguised or has since altered his appearance, distill to the following. A witness's opinion concerning the identity of a person depicted in a surveillance photograph is admissible if there is some basis for concluding that the witness is more likely to correctly identify the defendant from the photograph than is the jury. Put another way, such testimony is admissible when the witness possesses sufficient familiarity with the defendant that the jury cannot also possess. And then even if that's the case, if it's more prejudicial than probative, they will still keep it out. And that happens because if a police officer says, yeah, I know this guy, I arrested him 20 times before, I'm really familiar with him, that's prejudicial. So you don't put that in front of the jury. You can keep it out in those types of situations. So that's the case. That's the case. In this case, Officer Teeth testified about his service as a member of the Boston Police Department, that he had known the defendant socially for 9 to 10 years. He had met the defendant's mother, been to a barbecue. No evidence admitted suggesting he had prior adversarial encounters with law enforcement that led to the ID. Officer Heath then identified the defendant, as the man who puts the chokehold on the victim and wrestles her to the ground. Testified the defendant, who wore glasses in court, had never worn glasses on the previous occasions when he met him. Would have been better practice not to have Heath identify himself as a police officer. It wasn't really necessary. The acquaintance was social, not based on his police work. So that was, suggestive, perhaps. I mean, not really. It's just circumstantial, but whatever. Could have introduced an unavoidable risk that the defendant had a history of police. Nonetheless, this was within the trial court's discretion because the image in the videotape and the prints made from it were of poor quality, although not hopelessly obscure. Kind of like this washed out, blown out video that we're seeing from the Waterfall. Heath had long familiarity with the defendant that enabled him to identify a distinct picture, an indistinct picture of the defendant. Seems to be the situation we have here. She knows these people. She can say who is who on the video. She was also there, so she knows who was sitting where, who was talking to who was wearing what. And 3, there was some change in the appearance of the defendant at trial as he is generally presented in everyday life outdoors. Doesn't seem to be relevant in this particular case. And 4, the acquaintanceship of Heath with the defendant as it was presented to the jury was social rather than tied to Heath's duties as a police officer. Don't have an issue with Karina Kolakithis being a police officer. So if you're asking, what does this have to do with the rulings that she's making about the narration of the video? I don't know, because it's not on point. This case is not on point to that, except to the extent that Karina Kolakithis identified people. She identified people, and to the extent she did, that's what this case is about. This case is about your ability to give the opinion that this is who the person is that's shown on the video. In my opinion, that's who it is. She meets the standard to be able to say, that's Brian Higgins, that's Karen Reed, that's John. So, right on form, when we get a legal reference from Bev, it's not clear. What are we talking about? Why are we talking about that? Why does that matter? Remember Commonwealth v. Pleas? Okay. I'll bear it in mind. I'll bear it in mind. Because it really doesn't have anything to do with what I'm doing here. And to the extent that it does, that limited identification, she meets the standard. She meets the standard. Did you not notice this is it's a terrible angle. It's a very bad exposure. It's all blasted out, way too bright. Hard to see who is what and where. You know these people. There you go. I have no idea why Bev brings up Commonwealth v. Pleas as if it was some sort of caution to Mr. Yannetti. What exact respect, Judge, are you finding this not satisfying what Commonwealth v. Pleas says you get to do? The issue as I see it, narrating videos, I hate narrating videos. I hate that. I hate that in general. I'm going to have it on in case they get started now. I just hate it in general. It's a best evidence objection. The video is playing on the screen. People can interpret the video for themselves. It speaks for themselves. It speaks for itself. This happens routinely in criminal cases where they'll play a video or pieces of a video, and a cop will get on the stand and narrate, what you're supposed to be saying. And it just, has varying degrees of, accuracy, reliability, credibility, and so forth, especially when it comes to stuff that you don't see on the video. Maybe it's a silent video. There's no sound. And he'll be narrating and being like, that's the time when the defendant said XYZ. So there's no real way to substantiate it. That type of thing is okay. If you can't ascertain it from getting it directly from the video, that's one thing. But when they're like, that's when the defendant was hiding the drugs, a little bit more of an issue. The jury should be able to watch the video and see for themselves if it shows the defendant hiding drugs and stuff like that. So routinely happens, not a problem in most courts, even though technically it really should be a best evidence objection. The best evidence rule is that the contents of a document are the best evidence of the contents of the document. Testimony about the contents of a document are inferior. So you don't get to introduce testimony about what a document contains if you have the document available. So we should just be watching the video and not narrating it. To the extent there's any issue with what Mr. Yannetti was doing, it's a best evidence issue. I don't see what.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off.
Tomorrow off.
So we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right, for the court.
The entire world knows that Judge Bev does not have the stamina to do a full week of trial. How is that not foreseeable? I mean, the half day alone, you know, could have seen that coming, the half day we get today. But now another whole extra day off tomorrow. We knew she didn't have the stamina for a full day, a full week. They're going to have some argument or no?
Jurors, exit the court. Please be seated.
All right. Is there
Yes.
anything anybody needs to raise
No.
with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
Motion to reconsider. It's denied. Yeah, we knew it would be denied. We saw that one coming too. Talked about that yesterday. So, guess we're coming back Friday. Need a little extra day off in the middle of all this. It's totally fine because we're ahead of schedule. That's good. That's good that even though we're in the defense case, 6 witnesses in. I lost track now. I have to do my count. Yeah, I'll have tomorrow to catch up on my notes and my recap. Maybe. Been trying to get my recap all written up so I can get that out on Substack, but it just takes time, guys. Takes time. But we'll get there. So, day 27, Lucky Loughran, Karina Kolakithis. Absolute bomb of a cross-exam on Lucky Loughran, as far as I'm concerned. Lucky very clearly went back and forth past this house multiple times, starting at 2:30 to 2:45, somewhere in that time frame. There's nobody out there on the front lawn. Then he comes back about 45 minutes later at about 3:30. Now there's a Ford Edge. Passes it going both ways. Ford Edge parked out front. He does the Albert family a solid by not calling that in and having the police come and tow it so that he can plow. So this is not a guy who's got a natural antagonism towards the Alberts, wants to cause them grief, give them a hard time. Quite the contrary. Quite the contrary. He broke policy to do them a favor and not call in the car. And then comes back the last time, and the police lights are there blocking the road. He can't go around it. So, and he drives a Zamboni, guys. He drives a Zamboni. Okay, case closed. Case closed. The Zamboni driver he's always going to win. He's always going to win the argument. He's always going to win the case. Has there ever been an evil Zamboni driver anywhere in the history of Zamboni drivers? I did see a case once where somebody got charged with DUI for driving a Zamboni. They hijacked the Zamboni and got it out on the public street. I think there was some question about whether the Zamboni constituted a motor vehicle, or maybe it was like they were out in the parking lot, and it was whether it counted as on a public street or something like that. I don't know. There was some issue with the guy drunk driving the Zamboni. But that's just play. That's just boys doing boys things, isn't it? That's not evil. I mean, if you have a Zamboni, who's not going to take it out and drive it in the parking lot when you've had a few? I mean, if you can, like, it would practically be like a sin not to. Cross-examination, Brennan just really didn't have anything because Lucky's solid. Lucky is not going to change his memory just because you say it's written down somewhere differently. It's written down differently somewhere else. You haven't gotten that into evidence where he has said anything different than what he's testifying to. He does not agree that he's been intimidated or pressured to testify in any particular way. So your effort to trip him up on the times that things happened, massive failure. And at least with respect to the FBI interview, I don't know how you're going to get that in. He's specifically denied, I did not tell the FBI that. That means your only way to get that in is to get the person to whom the statement was made to testify on the stand. And that is extremely unlikely to happen. He hit the basketball net, just misjudged the difference. Did not really matter at all in this particular case. The first trial, when Lolly brought this up, I remember that being very significant. It was like a big deal. Maybe it was from the juror Ronnie interview. I just can't remember now. Did he mention like, oh, but he hit the basketball net? No, I can't remember. But it just like landed. My sense is it landed much better in the first trial. The general impeachment with the timeline, I thought landed much better the first trial as well. It just was not very effective here. He chose to meet at the school. He had no idea that that's where Courtney Proctor taught. This is going back to the first trial. This is one of the reasons why thinking about this, the more and more we think about it, been a lot of this question, can Michael Proctor take the fifth if he's called as a witness? Some way of thinking about it, my initial way of thinking about it, well, but he testified in the first trial, so he kind of waived his right to remain silent. But then I start thinking about it, each time you testify is a new potential exposure to liability. So doesn't mean that he can't invoke this time around. Well, here's another little wrinkle in all of that about why Michael Proctor potentially could take the fifth if he's called to the stand in this particular case again. And that is because of the story that he told about this meeting at the middle school, the elementary school? I think it was the elementary school, because David Yannetti was there, and Michael Proctor told the jury that he'd been like threatening Courtney Proctor or something like that. He like showed up there to threaten her, and that the police had to be called to make him leave. It was this kind of wild story about David Yannetti in this meeting at the elementary school for purposes of like intimidating Courtney Proctor. Well, it turns out that's not what happened at all, because there was a police report that was taken, and it seems to have been Courtney Proctor that called the police, found out, David Yannetti is out in the parking lot. But the officer investigates, and they're only there like 5 minutes. They leave. They don't even know Courtney Proctor works there. Has nothing to do with her. So Michael Proctor told the story on the stand in the first trial that is a lie. It is not true. It is not what happened with David Yannetti and Lucky Loughran and the investigator being at the elementary school. He'll be confronted with that lie if he testifies again in this trial. I would anticipate anyway. So that's what that is alluding to. This little bit of the cross-examination by Hank, but I don't know. I mean, surely he's not gonna like follow through and deliver on that. This is something that you would only really know or understand why we're talking about it if you watch the first trial. He's the one that Lucky. He's the one that chose to meet at the school, and had no idea that Courtney Proctor worked there. So, whatever he was trying to get at with that, doesn't land. Once again, if you're gonna, this is bad cross technique. It's bad cross technique because I don't know why you're bringing it up with him if you don't have a point to make. If you don't have a fact that you're going to establish about that meeting at the elementary school, then you don't have anything to, put under his nose if he doesn't give the answer that you don't want him to give. That's what cross is really supposed to be about. It's about you're already on record with certain facts, so this is my chance to be able to get those facts in that benefit my case. You don't have a way to get that in unless you got two options. As I can see it, you can call Courtney Proctor, you could call Michael Proctor. Is that what you're planning to do? Is that what you're planning to do, Hank? I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe he's going to call Courtney Proctor on rebuttal. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it's just he has no way to get there with Lucky, and it was not clear, I think, to the jury, if they aren't familiar with the first trial, why we would even be talking about this at all. And it's because it goes to that story that that Trooper Proctor told in the first trial that, as it turns out, is a lie. It's not true. Does not agree. He has a foggy memory about time. He wouldn't give him anything. He would not give Hank anything. He stood solid. Hank did not really have anything to bring to try to challenge him on that. So what did we get? We got the video of Cedar Crest, so we can see how freaking close Cedar Crest is to 34 Fairview. And now my mind, my perspective is kind of blown. Not just on the so what if he did see the Ford Edge from Cedar Crest. I completely believe, now that Hank has shown me this video, I completely believe he would have been able to see the Ford Edge parked out front, as we can see very clearly his car going by on Cedar Crest from the perspective of where that Ford Edge would be. But also now the whole timing of John and Karen arriving at 34 Fairview, Ricky D'Antano and everybody else in his truck arriving shortly thereafter, and John not being in the car. And so what does that look like in terms of a time frame? Had to be pretty quick. Because it did not take them long at all to get from Cedar Crest down to 34 Fairview. The recent aggression, the aggression towards him really seemed to be like, then all he had to go with on this like recross. Since then, yes, there's been a photo of him taken with somebody after he testified. And Mr. Yannetti just is able to point out, and all of this was happening after you already spoke with the defense investigator. Yeah, he was already on record saying what the story is before he was pressured any one way or the other. And Hank has not shown that anything Lucky has testified to here is inconsistent with what he previously told the defense investigator. So then Karina Kolakithis, holy cow, does she look great for somebody who has been working as a pharmacist for 30 years. Okay, I mean, she's 50. Guys, she's 50. She looks fantastic. Got the kids. She is not really on anybody's side either. She's friends with the McCabe's. She's friends with John. She met Karen through John. Friendly with her for that reason. She's got no bone to pick with any of these people. And so what did she see? She saw Karen and John having a normal, affectionate, close night. John was excited, very happy about the niece getting into private school, gives Karen a kiss on the forehead. It was the sweetest thing she'd ever seen. Okay, guys, take notes. Sweetest thing she'd ever seen. Then we go through, watch the Waterfall video again, and then they leave. Everybody leaves the bar. Karen is totally fine. This trained pharmacist, this professional who works with substances and their effects. Doesn't notice anything at all strange about Karen, thought nothing about her driving. We'd been conversing with her maybe 50 minutes out of an hour, if that's the length of time that they were there. Spends most of that time talking to Karen. And there's nothing that stands out, nothing that gets her attention, nothing that makes her think, shouldn't be driving. But the weird thing that does get her attention is as they're leaving, when Jen McCabe goes and puts her arm around Karen and is like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me. And she just noticed it because it's weird, because like, hello, here I am. What? What? Go ahead and cut me out. That does seem like the kind of mean girl shit that Jen McCabe would do. But just a weird thing, since, Karen was there with John. Just a little strange. What on Cross? John was kind, generous, thoughtful, and soft-spoken, and he was very proud and happy that evening. Congratulations, Hank. I mean, doesn't that undermine this undercurrent of seething resentment that fueled Karen intentionally murdering John just minutes later? Hasn't that been your theory of the case and the motive for the case? It's not what it sounds like that evening looked like. Really nothing achieved on cross-examination of Karina Kolakithis either. So by and large, positive day for the defense, mainly because of Lucky. So gonna be interesting to see second time around if we get to ever hear from the jurors. What did they think of Lucky? We had juror Ronnie tell us the first jury pretty much just discounted him. Didn't really pay attention to anything he said. Seems pretty surprising to me. But that's the report that we got. So just wonder if they're going to have the same kind of reaction to him this time as the first jury did. Half day. Nothing going on tomorrow. Some weird and applicable case law from Bev. Motion to reconsider Michael Easter. It's denied. It's denied. I mean, just the optics on that ruling. You couldn't even make the optics a little bit better, Judge. Anything I forgot? Yeah, that thing you forgot. Oh, that's denied. Good to know. Good to know you've given it so much careful consideration. That's denied. So we're not going to hear from Michael Easter. We kind of saw that coming, kind of anticipated that's what the situation was going to be. Well, guys, let's get back to what you guys have been thinking, and maybe with a little less controversy this time. Maybe I won't bring up the controversial stuff to kind of make the point about once you undermine the integrity of the institution, it's very, very difficult to get it back. So how do you get it back? I don't know that you can. Mickey P. Witnesses told the truth to the FBI. They're lying in state court because no consequences. Wouldn't broader federal perjury laws have prevented this entire farce? I don't know if it's the issue of the perjury laws not being broad enough, or if it's simply the will to enforce the laws that are on the books. Perjury laws are on the books in state court too, but rarely are they brought. And it's this it's a situation where so the only time I personally have ever seen a perjury charge brought against somebody, thousands of cases I've handled, criminal cases. Only time I remember seeing a perjury charge brought was a case, I've mentioned this before, where a guy testified in his criminal trial. He's charged with something totally different. And an issue comes up about a possible prior conviction from another state many, many, many years ago. He denies that it's him. prosecutor goes and then like gets the fingerprint record from that original conviction. They compare it to when he was booked into court on the current charge. Lo and behold, a state fingerprint examiner says it's the same guy. So they charge him with perjury for lying about it not being his prior conviction. And he gets convicted of perjury as well. It's the only time I've ever seen it brought. And it's consistent with, you know, when you hear about it being brought, or at least when you hear about it being leveraged, that's the context in which you hear about it. I don't do federal criminal practice, don't practice in federal court, but I know a lot of people that do. You know, have a lot of conversations with people that do, and so I have heard this is fairly routine among federal prosecutors during the plea negotiating stage when they make their offer. They make their offer. It is understood. I don't know how explicit it is. My understanding is that it can be pretty explicit, but you know, don't know as far as a general practice. But it's communicated quite clearly that if you don't take the deal and you insist on going to trial and then you take the stand, we're going to charge you with perjury. It's pretty clearly understood that it's leveraged against defendants to get prosecutors to do what they want. So you just almost never see it charged. And then when you even hear about it being contemplated, it's just in the context of threatening defendants not to go and have a trial. Now, in lots of other cases where you have marginal to no probable cause to go forward with a case, they'll still do it. Look at what we're here in trial on. A guy with a dog-bitten arm, no vehicle strike injury, but he's got a pretty busted up face. We're here with the car accident. Here with the car accident. Okay, marginal to no probable cause. No issue with the prosecutors not just bringing this once, but bringing it multiple times, going back to the grand jury, getting the mistrial, doing it again. More than happy to pursue it. But somehow then when it comes to perjury and whether witnesses have lied on the stand, well, it's just too hard to prove. You know, they could say, I don't know. You have to prove that perjury is willful, it's intentional, that you knew the truth and you deliberately told a lie. That's just too hard. You can't prove what's in somebody's mind. You do it every single day. You make that allegation. You're making an allegation right now about what was in Karen Reed's mind when, according to you, she backed up her car into John O'Keefe. You do that all the time. But just somehow, when we're talking about perjury in particular, it just becomes this insurmountable hurdle to be able to prove. So we can't possibly charge it. It's just double standards. So I don't know that broader perjury laws are going to help anything. The issue is the will to charge it. It's on the books everywhere. And nobody wants to charge it. That's not going to change by changing the law. It changes by changing personnel and by changing policy. Ethan Morgan, uncivil law broke down the Dighton cop's cross. He noted Brennan's ambiguous question, did you testify that the taillight was different from this picture in a previous proceeding, and twisting it? So this, I think, is going to, like, how did that impeachment come up? Because I was reading through my notes and it kind of looked like he volunteered that he was shown the photo. So go watch Kurt's breakdown for it, real specifically. I think if you want this take, you know, Kurt has very good takes on the trial process and what's happening and stuff like that. So I think the issue is, to what extent did Hank lead him down the rabbit hole, set a trap, walk him into making a mistake he wouldn't have otherwise made, versus, you know, he was already going to make this mistake as soon as the subject was brought up. You know, it's cross. There's going to be some leading by Hank, but I'm pretty sure he volunteered. I was shown a photo on the stand, but I could be wrong about that. Go watch Kurt to see. Go watch Kurt to see if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, Kurt will say I'm wrong. Murky Piglet. Andrea, in my opinion, Katrina's just another part of BS. Karina, I think. Common sense would have told her if there was actual footage, it would have been basically a slam dunk. Well, it would have. It would have, but that was part of the story, wasn't it? That if there's footage, and so it's a cut and dry case. We're not even going to consider that there's another side to the story. So then when Karen Reed doesn't plead guilty and starts accusing other people of, things, that's how they're able to twist it as like it's Karen that's the bad guy for challenging what she's being accused of. The only reason it seems like she's a bad guy is because it sounds like it's completely groundless because they have her on video. If you don't know that they don't actually have her on video, and in fact, there's a whole bunch of discrepancies here that there are problems with, not the least of which is John's own condition, Lucky. Then it probably sounds worse that Karen would be asserting her innocence. If you think they have her on video, that's a big part of, I just think, why there was so much, negative reaction against her, so much kind of presumption of guilt that necessitated a turtle boy, some kind of attention being brought to the case to recognize there's something else going on here. Everybody else is just willing to kind of take it on faith. They got this case locked down. They got her on video. So I don't know what she's fighting about. Don't need to pay attention to that. It'll just go away. She'll be convicted and go to prison. TCP, could Lally have shown the picture in prep but not in trial, and that would be the mix-up, or would that not have been allowed? No, it would be allowed. You can show it in prep. It's possible. Possible he was shown in prep and then deliberately didn't show it during testimony. Would have been an interesting question to ask. But also possible just he saw it after the fact. I mean, the problem is there wasn't any engagement with the photo with him on the stand in the first trial. That's what he remembered. There just wasn't anything like that. So how did he generate, this memory? How did he come up with the idea that maybe it had happened before? I mean, who knows? It could have been prep. Nobody asked. Dee Gris 77. Good morning, Andrea. I feel like the Commonwealth wants the jury not to believe their eyes. Yesterday, that video with the vehicle leaving One Meadows and going on tow looks the same. I see red in both. I see the car leave the driveway and I see an entirely red tail light for like most of it. And then he backs it up to like a point where, looks like the brake is on, maybe reverse is on. I don't know, but the lights are lit up differently. And he points to that one. But if you just ran the video another half second where it started before you backed it up to that, we would see the entire bar all the way across the back of the SUV is red. Part of it with the video is because the video is an ink blot. It's unclear. It's extremely pixelated. When he did that big blow up yesterday, it's so the pixels are like half a centimeter. I mean, they're huge. It's very pixelated. It's not high definition at all. It's not easy to see. And so if it's not easy to see, your brain can fill in the gaps. Your brain can interpret it for you, tell you what's going on there and what it shows. And your brain is going to tell you what you already kind of think. If you already kind of think the taillight was busted all the way across, then your eyes are going to tell you and your brain is going to tell you that's what these videos show, because it's not clear enough to take that out of the realm of interpretation. You think the taillight's intact, that's what you're going to see. So The videos, I mean, the videos, they really are just kind of a litmus test for where do you already stand on the case. It really is how I see it. It would be nice if they were clear and definitive and dispositive, but I just don't really think they are. I think the closest we get is, like I said, when you're leaving the driveway at One Meadows Avenue at 507, there's quite a lot of it where you can see red all the way across the taillight. We're not trying to figure out in this darkened video, there's some pieces that look white and some pieces that look orange and some pieces that look red, and how much of this is glare and how much of this is reflection. And I mean, we don't know. We have no idea. It's not that clear. But red bar all the way across seems pretty easy to see. But it is a gaslighting trial. Not just don't believe what you can see with your own eyes. Okay, you can do your own eye test on John. You can do your own eye test on John. But don't believe what you're told. Don't believe what you hear. Lucky Loughran has just been on the stand all morning repeating that he has not been intimidated. He has not been threatened. He refuses to accept or adopt that, no matter how many times you continue to repeat it, Mr. Brennan. He continues to say, wasn't threatened, wasn't intimidated. But jury, don't believe that. He was. He was, in fact. We're going to continue to build it into our questions. We're going to assume that he was intimidated and threatened when we ask him these questions. We're just to believe what the Commonwealth wants us to believe, which is why the real theory of the case, as Melanie Little said a long time ago, is just Ipsy Dixit. They say so, therefore it is. That's the Commonwealth's theory. Why? Well, because it just did. Remember Trooper Paul from the first trial? How did his phone, if he's holding his phone, how does his phone fly and end up underneath his body? It just did. It just did. That's the answer. How did Karen hit John with the car, put these pieces together? She just did. That's the case. Mihovel P. Why does testimony have same weight as hard evidence? We saw even in this case, as well as we know from neuroscience, how fallible memory is. I agree. Testimony is terrible. It's terrible evidence. But the reality is that a lot of so-called hard evidence is also terrible evidence. And I think this video is kind of a good example of that. Video can be cherry-picked. Video can be taken out of context. Video can be misinterpreted. Video can give you a perspective that's distorted. There's a lot of ways where video is not necessarily the high quality evidence that we might think it is. And one of the good examples of that, you watch that video in the Sallyport, the guy in the hoodie's walking right towards the camera and you see his face and you're like, wait, that doesn't really look like Brian Higgins. It just kind of looks like Brian Albert. It really does. It looks a lot like Brian Albert. But I don't think that means it is Brian Albert. I think it just means that video evidence isn't very good. We want to think that it is, but it just isn't necessarily. DNA evidence, now a great evidence of this. It's a great example of this. It's hard evidence now, but we're so good at detecting it that we detect it everywhere. And so the presence of DNA now doesn't necessarily have the significance that it had back when, we're limited to finding a body fluid and then there's DNA in it. A body fluid can tell us at least a little bit of a story about how that DNA came to be there. It gives us some kind of limiting factor. Okay, there had to be some way that, for example, blood ended up on this item. It could have directly dropped on. It could have been transferred on. There can be a little bit of leeway in those types of questions, but we know that somebody would have been bleeding. A lot of times you can answer some of those collateral questions. What's the appearance of the blood droplet, for example? You get a clearer picture of the provenance of that DNA. Now DNA is everywhere. It's in the environment. Pick it up on Trace Stuff Anywhere. I guarantee you, anything in your room, anything where you're sitting right now, whatever your eyes are on, swab it. It'll have DNA on it. May or may not be your DNA. You might have. Who knows? I mean, who knows? So we think that hard evidence is somehow really good, but often it isn't either. And I think that's kind of your answer to why are you not supposed to weigh them or like, give undue attention to one particular type of evidence over the other. One way to look at it might be because they're equally good, but the other way to look at it is, well, because they're all kind of bad. So you don't want to assume that one is great just because, say, it's on video. But if the video gives you a distorted perspective and it leaves out critical context, it's not actually very good evidence. MEG, Lucky is unflappable. One of the heroes in this case. He didn't budge. He did not budge. He was not going to be talked out of his memory. He was not going to be pushed into saying that he said things he did not say. He stood pretty strong on that. I did see that when I was flipping through my notes from the first trial as well. I think he was pretty consistent with that approach in the first trial as well. I'm just really inclined to go back and watch it again. Because I don't know why I have such a strong impression. Maybe it really is just because of Juror Ronnie. I have such a strong impression that Lally did a much better job with the cross. We know now after the fact that the first jury, thanks to Juror Ronnie telling us they pretty much disregarded him, pretty much discounted what he had to say. So that would imply Cross is really successful in their eyes. But I'm looking at my notes and I don't see a big difference. He's still not being refreshed. He's still not adopting as his statements things that, he denies. I think maybe formally it went better because Lally was more prepared with a thing to walk up and show him. And he's like, no, that's not right. Or I don't remember. It's still not necessarily in evidence, the thing that he's being shown, but just the very fact that you have something and he's having to look at things can give the jury the idea that, oh, he's got the goods there, whatever. He's got the receipts. So maybe it's just that. I don't know. But the reason why I noticed that and it kind of caught my attention is because I'm like, Brennan should have been prepared for that. He really should have been prepared for that. I mean, the one thing that you can do, that you should do, that should just be an absolute no-brainer if you're going to be trying this case is you go back and you watch the first trial. At the very least, you read the transcript. But ideally, you might watch it. You learn a lot by watching people. Getting the vibe, you learn so much more than you're going to get just from reading a transcript, seeing how people present. What do they look like? How do they express themselves? Are they hesitant about their answer? You don't get time. You don't get time in a transcript. It doesn't say like long pause, or anything like that. Seems like a pretty basic fundamental thing to do to prepare yourself to try the case a second time is that you would watch the first trial. And if you had watched the first trial, you would have seen, you would have known. Lucky's not going to budge on this stuff. He remembers what he remembers and he's going to stick to it. So Hank wasn't prepared for that. He was not nearly as prepared to, come up with the goods, even just a display of it, kind of a theater of impeachment. He wasn't even really ready to do that. So does not speak well of Hank's preparation in the case. Justin Wright, international commercial trucks are garbage. Field of view is decent, yes, but they are made of the cheapest materials possible and are hanger queens. Well, it sounds like that's why we have a Frankentruck. Sounds why we have a Frankentruck. The International used to make the 7.3 for Ford, or that's like the main reason why I remember it. But then I forget. I think sometime in the 90s, Ford started using it themselves. Manufactured their own. But I have no idea if we're like even in the same ballpark of eras when it comes to the international, that is the Frankentruck or not. But I always think of international as farm equipment, you know. That's just what jumps out in my mind. If we're talking about international, I assume we're talking about a combine, but that's frames of reference for you. I doubt, I just kind of doubt that combines are like a regular thing over there in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm sure they exist, but like you don't have a whole season where you gotta kind of watch what roads you go on because you'll get stuck behind the combine. You guys have combine season like that over on the East Coast. You get stuck behind the international and it could be like 20 miles that we're doing, you know, 7 miles an hour till you can get around the combine. Certain times a year, you gotta be a little bit careful with some of that. Tons more cowbell. Lucky would be on trial if Karen didn't break the light. You have to wonder. The Edge was out there at 3:30 after the hostlong to dying cold and all the butt dials and stuff like that. But before Karen is making that frantic 5:07, or, you know, a little before 5:07, the 5 a.m. phone calls to Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. So they don't necessarily know what is gonna come down at the time that action is being taken towards this corner of the property where John is ultimately found. And you do have to wonder, were they going to blame Lucky? They're going to dump him out there, be like, well, he was drunk, he got hit by the plow. Gotta wonder. Aaron White, glad they are showing the field of view. Luckily, woefully understated his field of vision last trial. He did. He said about 6 feet to either side. I like having the photographs. It's very helpful. Of course, you can't see nearly as far over to the passenger side as you can see outside the driver's side. But I think he also did a great job this time clarifying. You went down the street, you came back up the street. So you saw it out of both windows. You saw it out the right side of your car the first time you came down. You turned around and came back. Now you saw it right out the left side of your car. So you saw it through both perspectives. And that one that like you could see for miles looking straight out the driver's side. Yeah, went right past. Not just the first time when there's nothing going on and nothing out there, but the second time too, when the Ford Edge is there. Sees it from both sides of the plow. So I agree. I think it was very helpful to have that visual, and also to go through all the lights, you know, all the lights on that thing. Auditory storytelling. The difference between Barros and Commonwealth witnesses is the latter didn't show that they forget things like normal people. They claim they remember better since their mistaken statements from years earlier. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? We got to give at least that guy credit, but somebody did say their memory got better, huh? I forget now who it was, but I think you're right. Somebody did actually go down that road. Maybe it was Yuri. Can't remember. The problem, to the extent that it's a problem with the defense witnesses, is that the defense witnesses are honest. And if the defense witnesses are honest, that means they will give you the bad as well as the good. It means that they will concede things that are damaging if those things happen to be true. That's what you get from an honest witness. Personally, don't consider that a defect. That's a virtue. People are supposed to speak honestly on the stand. But if you're just interested in like the theater of the trial and not really following the substance of what's happening, I think you could be confused by the theater of the trial to thinking, oh, you know, this person is conceding a lot. They're really getting their ass handed to them. Well, not if it's not important stuff. But you're not paying attention to the stuff. You're just seeing this person is saying yes to the prosecutor an awful lot. Yes, I agree. Yeah, you're right. Yes, what you said is correct. If you're just paying attention to the theater of it, that might stick. That might be all you really notice. But yes, by and large, honest witnesses are going to present differently than witnesses who are not there to be honest, not there in good faith, not there to stay in their lane. You get a very different vibe from that. Wisconsinite, they should have had Lucky take pictures from inside the truck at night with the lights on. Ideally, but that's probably asking a lot. It's not his truck. Got to arrange that through work. You'd have to probably get special permission to take the truck out. I'm not going to hold it against him that he didn't try to, go out of his way to do that. Aaron White, I freaking loved last trial when Lally tried to trip Lucky up on how he knew it was a Ford Edge. He busted out knowledge of the shape of the taillights. Yeah, it was a good one. He was, Lally just kind of came out with, isn't it very similar to a Jeep Cherokee? I'm like, yeah, it is similar, but here's the precise differences in how you can tell what's a Jeep Cherokee and how you can tell what's a Ford Edge. Lucky's a car guy. Man, he knows his cars. Hank didn't fall into that trap this time. He didn't, other than just, you pointed out in a parking lot which one was a Ford Edge. Yeah, I did. I know that car. So I pointed out one of the 100 or so cars in the parking lot there at the ice rink. I spotted a Ford Edge. I pointed it out to the guy. So that's how he was able to identify it. It was a great moment in the first trial. It really did. I loved that moment too. Be careful what you ask for, Mr. Lally. Some people really do. They know every fin shape on the car, every window shape, the proportions between the spoiler and the bumper, like everything, everything about cars. Car people, guys. That Southern blonde lawyer. I think it's generally said prosecution does better on retrial, but raise your hand if you think defense is making better plays second time at bat. I'm going to raise my hand. I think by and large, this is the rare situation where the redo has benefited the defense more than it's benefited the Commonwealth. It's not without any missteps. Of course, there's, it's a trial. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be things that are off. There's also always going to be things that people have different judgment calls on as far as what's the right thing to do or the, not right thing to do, etc. But I think we really saw it on the Commonwealth's case in chief. The defense was just very prepared on cross to neutralize pretty much everybody. I think they're making some very canny decisions about how to present their case. Little things like getting just today, like re-emphasizing that interaction between Higgins and John at the Waterfall as they're leaving with Karina Kolakithis on the stand. It has nothing to do with her other than just the fact that she was there at the Waterfall. You might as well take the opportunity to remind the jury, go ahead and show that again. Go ahead and remind them that that's what the environment was that night. It was not Karen secretly seething because John's trying to dump her and he doesn't want to be with her anymore and she's about to go murder him with the car. No, it's not that at all. But there is actually this other thing with Higgins. This other things with Higgins and what's been going on with him in the background of all of this too. So yeah, and I think the way that they have leaned into some of the bad facts maybe a little bit more, having Yuri read the entire text chain between Karen and Higgins. The first trial, it came out from the Commonwealth, and so it's like, ooh, it was damaging. It was presented as like, this is so devastating for Karen. Look what a bad person she is. She's already got one foot out the door. She doesn't care about John. She's doing him wrong, that type of thing. This time it's the defense that elicits it. And so to the extent that it's still not a great thing to do. I mean, it's still not a great thing to be, you know, playing with this guy on text while you're in a relationship with somebody else. It's not great, but they've just managed it so much better to draw out what does that mean from the Higgins side of things. Let's not focus about Karen and, oh, she's awful, you know, whatever. We'll go ahead and present it ourselves, because what does it say about Higgins in all of this? I think they're handling that much, much better this time. So yeah, I think the dress rehearsal was helpful for the defense in this case. Joel Yancey, prosecution will unfairly attack his color blindness again. Color blindness is a misnomer for anomalous color discrimination. I am colorblind AF with 20/20 vision, zero impact on my life. They did do that in the first trial, I remember, but apparently didn't go near that this time. It's a weak point, as you point out. It doesn't mean that you know, you can't see things. You can see perfectly fine, but some colors might not stand out compared to other colors. Don't think the color is the issue in this particular case. So, Ty, good luck discrediting a revered Zambonist, Hank. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You might as well just go home now, Hank. He drives a Zamboni. You're done. You're not beating this guy. Summertime, just like with Jen, the report must have been written wrong by the PI. Lucky is telling the truth as he remembers it. You can't change the rules, Hank. It's a good point. It's a good point. If the reports can be wrong for one person, they can be wrong for all of them, can't they? Don't know why we would give special care to Jen McCabe's interviews as opposed to Lucky Loughran's. It's all the same people. James Casatelli, he remembers the lawns because he's scanning for anything about to jump in front of his plow. I wish he'd said that. He'd definitely have seen John O'Keefe because that's exactly what he'd be looking for. He did. He just didn't emphasize it. It didn't get like brought up a few times to like repeat. But he makes it clear he's looking for cars backing out. He's looking for pedestrians or, God forbid, an animal. Like those other things would be bad, but an animal, no, we can't have that. That will not do. That will be unacceptable. So we got it out, but they could have emphasized it more. I agree. And that's, you could have brought that out, particularly on redirect with the dumpster. Is a dumpster something that would have potentially jumped out in front of your car? Would it have potentially caused an accident? Is it something that you could have collided with up there on the lawn? Is that the kind of thing that you're looking for on the lawn when you're driving by? Why not? And so just be able to use that as a distinction for what he is looking for. And that's why I noticed the Ford Edge, because it is obstructing me. I might be able to hit it. And I'm checking the lawns because I want to make sure, you know, hey, there's all these bushes over there at that corner. What if a cat were to run out in front of the plow? God forbid. They could have hammered it more, I agree, but it did get out. Just not sure if it was enough to really like grab the jury's attention. Aaron White, maybe during closing, AJ can show the jury that Hank purposefully misled witnesses about not being a streetlight, knowing that there was indeed a streetlight. Maybe. Bring out some of their, it's always fun when you can turn their own case against them, right? Bring out their own evidence, their own photographs, their own video. Be like, this streetlight right here, this one right here that's like lighting up the entire flagpole area, that streetlight. They could, if it's in evidence, they can do that. Gary Burnott. Also, Lucky is the first at witnesses so far to not recontact the FBI to clarify his story. Such a good point. Such a good point. He's the only one who's gotten it right with the FBI on the first try so far. Jen had to call him back with that little memory lapse about the people she had just been on the phone with. before they came into her house to do the interview. And then Kelly Devers, Officer Devers, had to go back to the FBI to make sure they understood she had a false memory and it wasn't actually perjury when she changed her story. Just a false memory. Yep, good point. Good point. Donna ST, have you ever had a case with a judge this biased? I've had a case, yes. I've had cases with a very bad judge. Couple I can think of off the top of my head, but one in particular, yes, that stands out. This particular judge, not gonna name names, but I mean, I got the judge reversed on appeal at least a half a dozen times, like just within his first couple of years on the bench. I mean, this was not a good judge. This was not a good judge at all. And it got to the point where I would affidavit him in a case. This was in my county where I would practice. And if I'm going to have a contested criminal case in front of the guy in Washington, you have this process where you can disqualify a judge without having to give a reason. Just, I think the judge is biased. You get one free bite at it as long as you do it in a timely fashion. And so if I had any sort of a hint that my case is going to be going forward, there's going to be motions, there's going to be a contest, there's going to be anything other than a straightforward, simple guilty plea. And by the way, it's not a sex case. I don't even a guilty plea. I'm taking that into the other courtroom. I'm affidavitting that judge. I just wouldn't take cases in front of him anymore. But I had that option. I don't know that they have that option in Massachusetts. So yeah, Bev is not alone, guys. Bev is not alone when it comes to just kind of being knee-jerk in favor of the prosecution. It's really not that wild of a story. When you talk to criminal defense practitioners, you'll find it's quite a common experience that people have. The traveler, can they ask the judge a reason for her rulings? They can ask, but she has no obligation to give them one. No obligation to give them one unless there's a law somewhere or a rule somewhere that says this particular ruling, maybe you have to put in writing or you have to make these specific findings. Sometimes there's stuff like that out there. But even in that situation, let's say they don't do it. Okay, I've brought this up before. We have a similar rule in Washington. Suppression motions, very specific findings that the trial court is supposed to make when they rule on the motion. It's all got to be in writing. There's a timeline for them to do that. Yet they routinely not do it. And so what happens? It comes up on appeal. And the appellate court will just kick it back down to them to do it. Be like, look, you really should have done it before, but just do it now. And it's not a problem. And they do. You know, they post hoc justify what they did before. And the court's happy. So even in our situation where we have rules that say this is what you have to do, there's no real issue if they don't do it. So they can ask, but she doesn't have to give them one. The Sally Portal, baffling to see prosecution using shady tactics on credible witnesses. Feels so backwards. What might jury think? Well, I mean, question number one is the jury even spotting that these are shady tactics? We, as a group of people that are watching this trial, we are not a cross representation of the community. Okay. We are self-selected as people who not only have an interest in this case, perhaps cases in general, but we have enough interest that we're going to actually sit and watch the thing on TV as it's happening. Like, we're not going to just read a news report about it. We're not going to see what the update is on Twitter. We're going to actually watch the trial ourselves. Like, that's not normal. That's not normal, guys. We are a self-selected group of people. And because of that, it's probably likely that we have seen a lot more trials in general. We have a different kind of background and experience to evaluate what we see happening in this courtroom because we have some context to put it in. There's no guarantee that the jury has any experience like that. This could very well be the first trial any of them have ever watched. And so they don't necessarily have the frame of reference to recognize what's shady and what's not shady. If you just have an idea in your mind of what trials are like and what lawyers are like and what questioning is like, then you might have a sort of caricaturized Hollywood expectation that it is about the drama and it is about the snideness and the rudeness and trying to shake people and get them mad and stuff like that. You might think that because that plays good in Hollywood because it looks real dramatic. But the courtroom is supposed to be a place of civility and decorum. And most of the time, they tend to require that. The judges do. So they don't necessarily know that this context that we're in and what we're seeing unfold here, this is not the norm of civility and decorum and ethics that is expected in actual criminal courtrooms, not Hollywood depictions of them. So I'm not sure that they even see that there are shady tactics being used. Now, if they're smart and they're observant and they're attentive and they're noticing how the questions are being asked, it's not rocket science to notice things like, wow, that's a loaded question. Wow, he's already denied that 3 times, and now you've just worked into your question that it happened, but he's already told you that it didn't. You can notice that stuff if you're kind of extra attentive and inclined to be critical of it, but you don't necessarily know if that's normal or not. So I don't know. I don't know if the jury sees this as shady. I really don't. I hope we get to hear from him after the fact. I'd love to hear. I do. I would love to hear from them, regardless of what their decision is. You know, it's always interesting to hear from the jurors, even if it is aggravating. It's interesting to hear from them. Duncan, Idaho. I don't know the guy, and maybe this is a dumb take, but my impression of Lucky is as the archetype of honest, strong backs that keep our civilization running. And I was sorry to hear about his wife. Yeah, very sorry to hear about his wife. He does. He seems like a normal blue collar guy who likes to get his hands dirty and wrench on engines and Frankentrucks. Kind of skill that it's rarer and rarer anymore. Heard that in like auto classes, they still have tech school and alternative school and things like that where there's more like trade focus. But I remember seeing not that long ago that in trade school they don't teach people how to rebuild engines anymore. Like it's not a thing. It's not a thing rebuilding an engine because it's just so cheap to get a new one now. It's you just replace the engine. You don't go rebuild the old one. So it's a skill that's being lost. It's very, very technical work to go in and rebuild an engine. You got to get the original specs. You got to restore it to spec. Very precise. A lot of this stuff, not a skill that's being taught anymore. So that's kind of the vibe I get from him. He strikes me as the kind of guy who might still know how to rebuild an engine. SL could have opened the door to Sandra Birchmore if defense had prepped him. Lol. How could he have opened the door to Sandra Birchmore? I'm not necessarily quite seeing that one, but interested in this take for sure. How could he have opened the door to Sandra Birchmore? Don't know. Sorry. Odin's Martyr. Cameras showing Higgins in the AM, but no videos outside Sallyport in the afternoon. Well, the Sallyport video is definitely a mess. And as far as what we've seen across multiple trials and, in the interim pretrial stuff, and then what we've been told in pretrial stuff and so forth, is very different, of course, from what the jury knows about any of this at all. I don't think the jury knows much about the Sallyport video except for, the 43 minutes missing, the one that was inverted. I think that's pretty much it. The one that was the view, the one with the 43 seconds missing that has the view that we should have been able to see the tail light. See the condition of the taillight. See people approaching the taillight, and that one just happens to be really glitchy. That really glitchy camera, like breaks in and out and stuff like that. I'm not sure the jury really has context to know what Sally Port video do we have, what do we not have, what should we see, and what do we not see. But we definitely know there's no video in this trial from outside the Sally Port in the afternoon showing that car, showing who was there, showing anything like that. Karen Els, thank you, Andrea, for filling in the gaps from a lawyer's point of view. Really appreciate you. Well, thank you, Karen Els. Appreciate that. You know, if Judge Bev is gonna suddenly and surprisingly and unpredictably invoke law, we're gonna look at it, because this is an unusual state of affairs. Judges relying on law? Better take a look at that. Unfortunately, we can predict that the law is really not on point. That's been a trend of Bev's too. Seen a lot of people with comments and questions about how Andrea, how does Mr. Brennan get away with misrepresenting the law, misrepresenting the holdings of cases and things like that? It came up just the other day in the argument. Mr. Yannetti, I think it was, it had called out Mr. Brennan for like misrepresenting what the holding of a case was. How does he get away with that? Well, the judge does it too, and maybe that will give you your answer. The judge also misstates the holdings of cases. She goes through and she finds like some language that might work. You know, she thinks like that language looks good. I'm going to pull it out and I'm going to use it here. But the language is talking, you know, it's dealing in a completely different context. It's not language that's apropos to the problem that you're trying to apply it to. So Bev does it too. Bev does it too as part of the answer to that. Greg, Kathy Bates for Dr. Russell, no other option. That would be pretty good. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Kathy Bates could do a pretty good Dr. Russell. Is there anybody else who could do a Dr. Russell? All right, if I've got to recast Judge Cannoni, I'm going to go with B. Arthur. I think B. Arthur could pull off a pretty good Judge Cannoni. What is it now, Mr. Jackson? Yeah, I could see her pulling that off. Duncan, Idaho, Gary Busey is Hank Brennan. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's kind of entertaining. I don't know. Gary Busey, does he have the like hostile? He's obviously a weirdo, but does he have that like hostile creep thing going on? You know, the other person that I was thinking of for Hank Brennan is, God, what's his name now? I just spaced it. William H. Macy. I was thinking maybe William H. Macy. I spaced it except for the fact that he's got like a hottie wife. That's all I could remember. He's married to a hottie. Maybe William H. Macy. That'd be too far of a caricature, maybe. I don't know. I like Gary Busey. That's not bad at all. EL444, Turtle Boy's article states Lucky spoke with the feds. I fear the jury will think feds were here involving Karen Reed. Can defense clear that up now? They didn't get the Turtle Boy article into evidence, so no concern about that. The feds, though, I mean, the secret is out. Hello, the secret is out. The jury has heard this multiple times now. That it was the FBI involved. They know the special advisement. If you don't get it right when you talk to these people, like everybody can put these dots together. And we've heard specifically FBI, like it's out there. And that has been my concern from day one. If the jurors don't get the full context, does it potentially imply, is there an inference that is very negative to the defense, and particularly the Bowden defense, that the investigation was insufficient, it was inaccurate, it was it focused on the wrong people, it didn't pursue leads that should have been pursued, and so on and so forth. Does it potentially undermine that if the jury is thinking, well, but the feds were involved too? The feds were also involved in the investigation. So even if we have all this proof that, you know, the chain of custody was messed up and these bad judgment calls were made and there were these conflicts of interest that really shouldn't have, you know, they should have been controlled for a lot better. But the FBI went and investigated, and we're still here in court trying Karen Reed for the case. So guess it wasn't that bad. I mean, I feel like there's a risk of that. Maybe it's not a big risk. Maybe it's not a big risk, but it does seem like a non-zero one to me. That there's this hint of like that the FBI was almost like auditing what they did. But here we are, you know, having this prosecution. So really does imply, hey, no problem. No problem. Yeah. No, I mean, if you're asking as a practical matter, are they going to be allowed to clear it up? No, they're not. We're just going to continue to la 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 and pretend like nobody has said the words FBI. Jury hasn't heard that. We're not going to call attention to it. We're not going to do anything with it. We're just going to keep trying not to mention the FBI. And it's like the 5th time now, maybe somebody has said the FBI. No, we're not going to be able to correct it as a practical matter or explain it. We're just going to la 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 la. Nobody said FBI. Nothing going on here. Gwyn Gerard, issue. Karen Reed wins. Absolutely nothing can happen to Judge Bev. Isn't that detrimental to every citizen? Well, I did go down a rabbit hole not that long ago. I want to say, I think it was over the weekend. I decided to take a little look at, is there anything that can happen to Bev? What's the process in Massachusetts? We know that the judges are appointed by the governor, and that is, you know, supposed to be less politicized than having an election, having judges be elected. I don't know that I buy that, because it just depends now on what's your connection to the governor, doesn't it? But, okay, we know the governor appoints the judges. Is there any way to get rid of them? So I went and took a look, and I found this here. Now, how well can we see this? This is from the archive. So sizing is a little weird, but so this is from just this, you know, National Center for the State Courts. It's some type of you know, organization, I guess, that tracks how a state court works. But so they have this, have all this information about how things work in all these different states. And so for Massachusetts, removal of judges, there are 3 ways that judges can be removed. The Commission on Judicial Conduct is one option. This is one I've mentioned. These are the guys that handle discipline. So they handle discipline judges and discipline of judges. And if they think that there has been something here that shows a fundamental unfitness for the bench, they could remove her. That's extremely rare and is usually going to happen with things like a judge is developing dementia, you know, and hasn't retired or something like that. There might be a gentle intervention to remove a judge like that. But just there being a bad judge, almost certainly not to go down that route, because worst case scenario, even if you get a commission on judicial conduct to say, Judge, that was wrong, you shouldn't have done that, they just, you know, call for some kind of like education. Go take a class, go do something, you know. Do better is basically the consequence of that. So very rare to result in removal, but it is possible. The governor, with consent of the governor's council. The governor's council is a special body that the governor appoints that helps him appoint the judges, helps him select and appoint the judges. But so also with the consent of the governor's council may remove judges upon the joint address of both houses of the general court. The governor, with the consent of the governor's council, may also retire judges because of advanced age or mental or physical disability. So the governor could step in, say, you can't do the job anymore. But otherwise, upon the joint address of both houses of the general court, that's confusing language to me. I don't know if this means both houses of the general court have to agree or just we have to tell them that we're doing that. It's not clear to me. If they don't have to consent, I don't know why we have to tell them, because I'm not sure that they would have any way to stop it. So this is a little bit unclear to me exactly what this means, but bottom line is there is some kind of route for the governor to be able to go in and rule a judge. So there is that political remedy. And then finally, judges may be impeached by the House of Representatives and convicted by the Senate. So just like other politicians, they can be impeached. Also a political remedy, but if you have to convince all of these different politicians, it's quite a bit harder than if you just have to convince the governor. So that's kind of your 10,000 foot view on, potential downsides to Judge Bev. Do these seem likely? The governor appointed her. Do you think the governor is going to go in and take her off now? Well, I'm just here to tell you that this type of thing will almost never happen. Almost never going to happen. Judges don't get impeached like really ever, even in the federal system where the whole appointment and advice and consent of council of Congress and all of that stuff is potential. I mean, it's very politicized. I don't know if I can say it's more politicized or less than Massachusetts because I'm not that familiar with it, but it's pretty highly politicized, right? Especially the last couple decades, been this big focus on Obama judges, Trump judges, this, that, and the other. Even though like you can watch like the Supreme Court, for example, and everyone expects the judges to fall down these political lines and then like get shocked when that doesn't happen, like almost like it's not that ideological, but but nevertheless, that's just kind of the knee-jerk shortcut that people take. Democrat elected this, appointed this judge, Republican appointed that judge. So you do or don't want the judge in that position based on that political background. Even in that context where it's really super political, you don't see judges being impeached like hardly ever. And is that because they're all perfectly good little boys and girls? Don't do anything wrong while they're in office? I kind of doubt it. You have the high crimes and misdemeanors, sort of limitation, but it's just not a thing that happens. That's not the political environment. So I don't have a real high expectation that would happen in Massachusetts. But hey, there are avenues there. So something to be aware of. Michael O'Houlihan, why allow this possibility of recross of Lucky for 3 meaningless redirect questions, just allowing Aunt Bev more opportunities to help the Commonwealth? You got to be judicious with your use of redirect. That is absolutely true. So what did he get on? What did he get on redirect? The dumpster was not all over the news for 3.5 years. That is definitely correct. He gave the route and the statement to the defense PI 2 weeks after the events happened. They were still fresh in his mind. What did he hit? He hit the net a little bit. Just misjudged the distance. And then when he said 5:30 last year, he was trying to do math in his head. He also said it was 3 hours after he did his first pass up and down Fairview. So math isn't his strong suit. His final pass was, in fact, at 6:15 to 6:30. So it seems like a fairly limited redirect, not necessarily opening the door for the prosecution to go back into much other than the dumpster, the timing of the statement to the PI, the hitting the basketball net, and the 5:30 testimony, the timing of that when. But somehow in Judge Bev's courtroom, that got translated into, it's reopening the door to talk about the intimidation that the prosecution is quite sure happened. And so we get to go in and ask a whole bunch of questions about that and focus on that. I think that's beyond the scope in a normal courtroom, because the only way that the media came up at all in the course of redirect was simply pointing out the dumpster. The dumpster didn't get his attention. He wasn't paying attention to the dumpster because it wasn't all over the news for 3.5 years, like the death of John O'Keefe. That's what the door is open to ask about. But in Judge Bev's court, it's, transformed into, now let's talk about anything and everything media, including, going back to stuff that was going on by this blogger. Then we had a redirect. Long after the PI interview, all this stuff that was going on in the media, long after he gave his first statement back in 2022. So could not have influenced his story that he first gave to the PI, because his story happened long before that. So that I thought was an effective redirect, very limited. But yeah, I think you do have to be judicious in a normal courtroom. I don't think this would have opened the door to go back into the blogger and this and that and the other, but we're not in a normal courtroom. We're in Judge Bev's courtroom. So maybe it should have been foreseeable. The Traveler, can they ask Judge for a reason for her rulings? They can ask. No guarantee she will give them one. She doesn't have to. Duncan, Idaho. Tomas Arana, Quintus in Gladiator as Yannetti. I think the resemblance is nearly 1-to-1. I don't remember. I'm going to have to look him up. I don't remember Quintus in Gladiator off the top of my head. Thomas Arana, give me an image. Give me an image, Google. Oh. He does look. He does look a little bit like David Yannetti. I can kind of see that. I don't know his vibe, I guess I'm casting young Harvey Keitel mainly off of vibe. He's a tough guy. David Yannetti is a tough guy. I don't know if Tomas Arana is a tough guy or not, but it's not a bad pick. I see what you're looking at. Lizette Morales, Jim Parsons for Brennan. God, I got to look him up too. Jim Parsons for Brennan. Oh God, that guy, young Sheldon. I don't know. He seems a little nice. He seems a little like he smiles and is friendly and stuff. I'm not sure if I can make that one fit. I'm still kind of coming back to now. William H. Macy might be a good. I think he might be a good one. He might give us what we need. Jim Parsons, not bad either. Draven 782. How about Christoph Waltz, Inglorious Bastards as Hank? Guys, I'm just going to have to start showing all these people. Let's look him up. Waltz from Inglorious Bastards. Let's look him up. Okay, I'll just go ahead and share the screen. Who do we have here? This guy. This guy. Yeah, okay. Okay. I could see that. I could see that. I think that's a pretty good pick. Not bad at all. Good call on that one. Motions in CPA. Are we supposed to care he didn't remember seeing a dumpster if it's not in front of 34 Fairview? The impeachment by dumpster seemed to be very important to Hank. He didn't have much else to work with, so not seeing something that didn't matter. I'm not going to blame you for not caring about that. I certainly don't care about it. I have no real expectation of the jury caring about it, but if that's all you got, I guess that's what you're going to use. Sentient Dreamer, OG criminal attorney and highest winning percentage of cases, Gary Spence. Once asked by a juror, Jerry Spence, once asked by a juror, why did you make us hate you? It changed his style dramatically after. A lot of attorneys do this. They have this vibe, this sense that like, it's like they know it's confrontational, and so they like make a point of being a bad guy or something. I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's deliberate. Sometimes it's just people don't really know how to behave yet as a lawyer, and they have to kind of find out what works to them. But it's very common to be real aggressive, real accusatory, and stuff like that. The other one I can think of, who kind of comes off like that is Barry Scheck. Barry Scheck, not really a nice guy in trial, kind of an asshole. Very good lawyer, but also kind of an asshole. It's just not really that uncommon. I think if you want to look at Alex Spiro through that lens, you could. I don't really get like full on asshole from Alex Spiro. I just get scary. Very scary guy. Very scary. I think it works for him, so I don't think he's gonna change it. I think he's maybe skirted that line between just being a jerk and being really scary. But being a jerk, it can be counterintuitive. It can be really counterintuitive, and it's just not necessary. That's the thing. I think people often might fall into that, like lawyers just getting started. You might fall into that because you just don't know another way to do it, and you know you need to be contradictory with the people that are on the stand. And so you just kind of become difficult and argumentative. And you just never quite figure out there's another way. You don't have to. Guys, if you focus on the facts and the evidence and what you can get out of that, you don't have to be mean at all. You can be the nicest person in the courtroom, and you're quietly sticking a shiv into the kidneys of the opponent's case with your facts. It's very doable. Good story. Good story. I have to check that out. I did read Jerry Spence's book like a long time ago, but it's been many years. Don't remember if he told that story in it. Freckles, God bless Lucky. What an honest, pure soul. He does come across as very honest, doesn't he? Very sincere. He one of the things that impresses me about him is just the readiness of his answers. He does not come across as rehearsed. He doesn't come across as I need to evaluate. I need to look for traps. I need to, gauge what the right answer is. It's pretty much just like right there. And that reads honesty, because it just looks like that he's giving you the answer that comes straight to his mind. He's not trying to craft it. He's not trying to perform in any kind of particular way. He's just up there being himself, saying what he thinks. That's the read I get. Denmark Raider, Johnny Depp as Mr. Lucky for telling the truth. Yeah, Johnny Depp could pull it off. Johnny Depp he can play any character as far as I'm concerned. Josh H., the dumpster was in a driveway. Why would a plow driver pay attention to it? We all would love to know. Perhaps the jury is wondering that themselves, out there enjoying their afternoon off, wondering, was there a reason why I heard about this dumpster? Was that supposed to matter? Deanna Lassiter, Mommy Daddy. Hey, mommy, daddy, back at you. Mommy, daddy. Mommy, daddy. Is this Karina? Karina, mommy? I am me. Was the road plowed to a reasonable degree of road plowing certainty? You know, the only thing that I'm really certain about right now, I'm feeling really certain about my reasonable degree of Phillies kicking ass yesterday certainty. A reasonable degree of Phillies kicking ass certainty yesterday. Maybe not so much today. You got to always take things day by day. But hey, Bryce is back in the reasonable degree of Phillies kicking ass certainty kind of perspective. Everage, Brennan will always be brainy Smurf in my mind, missing the mark by a mile, trying to be the smartest when obviously not, and go crying to Papa Smurf when not getting his way. Alas, Bev is no Papa Smurf. You know what I've been thinking about the last couple days, because so much of this has been coming up. I totally agree with you. Hank Brennan wants to think of himself as the smartest person in the room. And Hank is a very canny, he's a very cunning type of thinker. I would not characterize him as like extremely intelligent. He's more cunning. He's able to see a trap. He's able to set a trap. He's able to foresee a trap. He's able to manipulate. He's able to maneuver. But when it comes to things like, you know, understanding your expert's testimony, that's not really his forte. He's not actually, you know, that kind of intelligent. It's just a different kind of smarts that he has that's maybe more in the line of like street smarts. If you take street smarts and apply that to what's happening in the courtroom, that's where I think his intelligence is. But I think you're right that this is how he sees himself, or at least wants to see himself, because I think that might be why he's got this thing with Alessi. I think that might be why he's got this thing with Alessi. Alessi is what he wants to be, extremely smart. Extremely smart. No question he's the smartest guy in the room. No question in my mind in that room. Robert Alessi is the smartest person in that room. I don't think it's probably even close. So I think Hank is jealous of that. Hank is intimidated by that. Hank wants to be that. He doesn't want that light shining on Mr. Alessi. He wants it on him. So that's part of why he's playing this little game with the mispronouncing his name. Alessi. And then I had to think about it too, guys. I gotta wonder about this hair dye. Okay, I'm just gonna go there. Yeah, it looks to me like Mr. Alessi probably dyes his hair. He's 67. I would think he's probably got more gray. I think he probably dyes his hair. But now Hank shows up like in the middle of trial and he suddenly got this dyed darker hair. Is he trying to kind of cosplay Mr. Alessi? Maybe we'll like mistake them. Maybe he'll get some of that light that Mr. Alessi is so smart. Maybe that'll shine on him too. If you color your hair dark like him. You just have to wonder this stuff because I can't help but notice a lot of things maybe kind of corresponding a little bit. Just got to wonder. SM, can defense say objection, Commonwealth versus pleas 2? Objection, Commonwealth versus pleas 2. I'm not totally sure I understand this this issue. They can say objection. Yes, they can say objection, and they do. But please, you mean the case? The case, please? Can they be like a please? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not necessarily the sharpest on the uptake with some of the comments. But yeah, you know, if it's the case and the judge is gonna invoke the case, then yes, you can definitely bring it up and remind her that the case does not just apply to the defense; it applies to all sides. Mufasa's illegitimate son. Can the defense introduce a replica of the microdots video, but with an expert they hired? For the Delphi case, the Commonwealth enhanced and fixed the video quality with editing. Could the same be applied here? Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, yes. Even in this particular courtroom, that happened in the first trial. We had, you know, clarified, enhanced, cleaned up video that was presented to the jury. So it's generally allowed as long as you are, reasonably forthcoming about the process that you put it through. You're not misrepresenting it as being unenhanced. Explain what it is that you did. You didn't fundamentally change, like, you didn't Photoshop things into it or something like that. All you did, explain your process for how you enhanced it. Yes, it should be admissible. That's not particularly uncommon. When you have bad video, you hire somebody to go in and clean it up, present the cleaned up version to the jury, explain to them what you did to clean it up, and then you can be crossed on it and be like, you blew the brightness up so that we couldn't see the details of who's sitting in the corner in the high top. They can critique it and cross on it. But yeah, it should, at least in theory, there shouldn't be an impediment. And we have a history in this very case, not in this trial, but in the previous trial of that being allowed. So don't see why not. A lot of the stuff that's out there too, by the way, there's really nothing that prohibits the defense from, presenting it through their own experts. Been saying for quite some time, boy, would I love it if ARCA redid that work that Be in Trouble 31 did with the taillight. Just go ahead and bust it up and then hook it back up to the power source and see what it looks like when it's broken. And then we at least have some kind of frame of reference for what we're seeing on this video. Because as we stand here right now, we don't know what a normal taillight would look like on this video. We don't know what a broken taillight would look like on this video. So we can project whatever we want on this very unclear video. It would at least give us a little bit of a frame of reference, wouldn't it? Here's what a fully lit up taillight looks like before it's damaged. Here is a taillight that is damaged. The way that this particular taillight is damaged, here is what it would look like if it was lit up. Now you can decide for yourself, is that what you see on the video? Still may not be enough. Video may not be clear enough, but at least gives you something else to work with. So I would love to see some stuff like that. My Mini 67, the occiput boner. No recorded murders by Zamboni. The only noted death was an intoxicated man who died outside the rink when the machine tipped and he ended under it. Definitely was not the Zamboni's fault. No recorded murders by Zamboni. See? How could there be anything wrong? How could there be anything wrong with a guy who drives a Zamboni? Rob Inson, please explain why Hank is allowed to call witnesses for rebuttal, but the defense isn't allowed to call witnesses to rebut the rebuttal. Prosecutor gets the first word and the last word. They get it in the closings. They get it in the presentation of their case. They have the burden of proof, so they get that. Some states, they will allow some rebuttal, but not apparently in Massachusetts. So that's why, because that's how it is. Structurally, that's how they've decided trials are going to be conducted there. Defense does not get to have a rebuttal. So Beach Rando, driving a Zamboni is on my bucket list. I'd love to drive a Zamboni too. I got a little bit of an in with our local hockey rink, but I don't know the Zamboni driver, but I have a little bit of an in where maybe I can find out. Give that my best shot. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun to drive a Zamboni? It just looks awesome. Noel, there is no white light in the red part of the tail light. There are orange LEDs, so any white would be a glare. I mean, the red part of the tail light is plastic, and the plastic is not the light, and the plastic is not really coloring the light, as far as I know. There's some clear plastic on the tail light, but most of that is either inside. It's like the stuff that's associated with the diffuser and like some of the internal parts. But then also that little missing triangle that they were never able to recover, that little piece of Karen's tail light, pretty sure that's clear. if I remember that from the Sallyport video. So you might be getting white light through one of those, like in the video. If you're seeing white light, maybe it's that. But if it's not that, then I don't know. Don't know what we're supposed to be seeing. The Commonwealth clearly wants us to think this is like an old school incandescent bulb style tail light where the only color is coming from the plastic, the lens plastic. Therefore, if that plastic is gone, all you're going to get is the bare light bulb. So it's going to look white. But that's not how modern LEDs are made. Modern LED taillights are made. So Greg S. Person in court just posted that every time Brennan objects, more jurors are either eye rolling or sighing. haven't been watching too many of the jury observations the last few days. I should go back and check up on Jess Machado. I think she's been in the court. She was in the courtroom yesterday. We know we looked at some of her takes on the jury reactions, but it is kind of interesting to see. You know, I've always, and I remain, even if this is all true and this is their body language and stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily mean what you might think it means. You know, it's very hard to mind read a jury. You can lose a lot of money gambling on what a jury is thinking. So I don't want to read too much into anything that the jury is doing reaction wise, one way or the other, but certainly taking it at face value, that doesn't seem real good for Hank. Just doesn't seem real good for him. Jason Sorensen, every time I have a case IH combine in Idaho, International Harvester combine in Idaho. So I'm in charge of the combine traffic. International is a different company than Case International. Okay, I didn't know there's a distinction. You're in charge of the combine traffic. Congratulations to you. We just out where I used to practice, and that it's like 50 miles from the interstate. You know, everything is back roads, and so there's like really no getting around the combines when it's combine season. It just is what it is. I don't blame you guys. You're doing hey, God, you know, God made a farmer. Totally down with that kind of thing. Duncan, Idaho. My impression is that Barros was not even mostly neutralized by Brennan yesterday. I think all the defense witnesses have added significant oomph to the defense. That could be. Maybe I'm just being, unnecessarily negative on it. Maybe I just, have an exaggerated view of how effective it was. You know, at the end of the day, like I said, it's just the jury's take that's going to matter, and we're not going to know that, if at all, until they give their verdict, if they give a verdict, and if anybody chooses after the fact to tell us about the process that they went through. So it's entirely possible that people were like, "Yeah, I don't really care. I don't really care if he." I don't really care if he misremembered his testimony. It's very possible. I just don't want to assume that. You know, I guess I'm trying to take a conservative approach to how the defense is going. We're not here to cheerlead. We're trying to be as objective as possible, call the balls and strikes as we see them. Maybe it wasn't particularly damaging. It wasn't like a game ending. It certainly wasn't like defense over. I mean, obviously nothing like that. It's just that a great thing. Did it become slightly less great, or did it become okay to maybe? You know, it's going to be up to the jury. Maybe it wasn't that big a deal. We'll have to see. Summertime, comparing trial 1 and trial 2, which was stronger for the Commonwealth and why? Thanks, Andrea. I think that the biggest thing that kind of like wasn't really on purpose, but it just ended up being really beneficial to the Commonwealth in retrospect. I think it was kind of smart of them. It was smart of Lowley to do the overkill of putting all of the conspirators, all of the alleged conspirators on the stand. Get Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Chris, like everybody. Put everybody on the stand. Higgins, you know, all of them. Proctor. get him out there. And I think part of the reason why it was so effective, one, it really did do a pretty good job, I think, of allowing the Commonwealth to sort of decide for the jury what the defense even was by anticipating, it's all these people. And so we're going to call them. We're going to take the air out of the sails of this third party defense. We're not going to leave it to them to call all of these people in their own case. We're just going to go ahead and deal with it head on. We're going to call them as the percipient witnesses, but then we're going to anticipate the challenges that the defense is going to want to bring up, and we're going to be able to take the air out of that. There's only so much you can do with the butt dials and the SIM card and the bag and the phone in the other bag at the military base and stuff like that. There's only so much you can do with that. But I think it allowed him to paint the defense into a corner where the jury is thinking your defense is that these people did it and that Michael Proctor framed them. And therefore that's the alternative theory of the case that I have to weigh against the Commonwealth's theory. Not I'm evaluating whether the Commonwealth has proven its theory beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense theory is one possibility of possibly many possibilities that could be alternatives to the Commonwealth's theory, which is a much stronger position for the defense. He's able to kind of set it up as this binary, and I think that's very effective. The jury ends up sitting there thinking, instead of thinking, has the Commonwealth proved it? They're thinking, do I believe the Commonwealth or do I believe the defense? Who's won the showdown in that way? Who has proven to me what's happened? And it was always going to be very, very difficult to prove. These people beat John O'Keefe up and he died, and then they hucked him on the front lawn like a side of beef for him to die in the snow, and then went and Googled about it and stuff, and then went ahead and called in their favors with their buddies in blue to help any shit from coming on them. And instead we'll let Karen Reed take all the heat for it. It was always going to be hard to sell that because, one, the fact they didn't investigate it means there's little proof of that. That's the whole point. Calling in those favors from your boys in blue. But also it's just people are disinclined. They're going to be disinclined to think that about people. Just very, very disinclined to think that, all these people would lie. All these people would be that self-interested. All these people would be totally fine with Karen Reed going down for something she didn't do to save their own skins. You don't want to think of people being that selfish and, dishonest. So it was always going to be a hard sell. And then you have that added fact of now they've been humanized. Okay. We're not like this time. We're telling the story about people who, besides Jen McCabe, they are ghosts. We have no idea who they are. So we can imagine anything. Jen McCabe is the only one that we aren't having to imagine in our minds. And Jen McCabe didn't necessarily give us a very good impression of what to expect. Argumentative, shady, evasive, a liar. If she's going to be our representative of the folks in the House, I think that Hank chose very, very poorly. Very poorly. So just structurally, I think that the way that this trial has gone down has been way more beneficial from the defense because they have much more freedom now to define for themselves what are the parameters of the defense and how we're challenging the Commonwealth's case. They have a lot more flexibility to decide, do I want to put a face to this faceless, nebulous person that we've just heard a little bit about, but haven't necessarily seen for ourselves and gotten a sense of who they are and their humanity and so forth. It's just giving a lot more opportunity to the defense to make some of those critical calls. And so that's almost certainly going to be to their advantage. Sati? Satai? Satai. Lucky dodged out of the lane to avoid the forward edge, would have left the impression he might have hit John in the street. Ooh, hadn't thought about that. We've thought about the forward edge as being like a shield. We went and parked it out front so that people can't see what's going on behind. So we can go just huck John out there. And, you know, the neighbor's ring camera, for example, might not catch it. But I hadn't thought about this. This could be manufacturing plow tracks, a path of travel. Something they'd be able to go back and be like, ooh, look, something had to be dodged. Perhaps John. I don't know. They'd have to move the forward edge out of there somewhere, and that would leave tracks. But I don't know. Maybe they'd get snowed over. It's an idea. Hadn't thought about that. Lawn and order. God forbid any animals. Saint Lucky. Yeah. Yep, it really would. That would be the worst. Stacy Labruno, will the jury have the waterfall video available during deliberations? So they should be able, it's unlikely that they will have a laptop or a screen or something like that back in the jury room with them to be able to watch it themselves at will as much as they want to. It rarely happens. Usually what happens is all of the equipment is back in the courtroom. So if they want to watch it, they will send a note out to the court. They will ask to be able to watch that. And then the judge will decide if they can watch it. And if so, if there are going to be any limitations on it. Judges take different perspectives with it. Some of them will be like, sure, here's the courtroom. There you go. Go hog wild. Do whatever you need to do. Others are going to be like, well, I'm going to play the video back for you. We're going to do it in open court, and you're going to get to watch it one time, and that's it. And that's relating to what we were talking about before with you're not supposed to put undue emphasis on any one piece of evidence over the other, because you're supposed to consider evidence as a whole. And so there's kind of always this concern with video in particular. Courts are thinking, well, if the jury just sits there and rewinds and stares at it and focuses on it a billion times, that might take their attention away from the testimony. That's also evidence about the same issue. And so they're giving undue weight, to the video testimony. It's like the thought process behind it. So there's a, pretty decent amount of discretion on the court's part there to decide if they get to watch it, what sort of limitations they would have, if they are allowed to watch it, if any. But generally, yes, they're going to be allowed if they make that request. Murky Piglet, info. All jurors made notes when Lucky said he saw nothing on the lawn. Juror who didn't write anything is in top row, first seat closest to witness, the seat previously held the foreman of the jury in the last trial. Oh, so we've got a standout again, huh? The last trial, remember, they decided before anything else was done that the juror in seat number 1 was going to be the foreperson. I remember we went and checked. Let me see if I can find it now, real quick. Yes, there was a statute. There was a statute on this. Let's find it. Okay, here's one. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm not sure if this is exactly the one I'm thinking of, but it definitely tells us some stuff. Tells us some stuff. I'll get it a little bit bigger like that. In every 12-person jury case like this one, the court shall impanel at least 2 additional jurors. That's the alternates. 6-person case we don't care about. Alternate jurors shall not be identified until immediately prior to jury deliberations in accordance with the following. If at the time of submission of the case by the court to the jury for its deliberations upon a verdict, more than the number of jurors required for deliberation are available, so any more than 12, the court shall direct the clerk to place the names of all of the available jurors except the foreperson into a box or drum and to select at random the names of the appropriate number of jurors necessary to reduce the jury to the proper number of members required for deliberation in the particular case. So select the alternates out of the drum, not including the foreperson. The jurors so selected shall not be discharged, but shall be known as alternate jurors. The alternate jurors shall be kept separate from the jury in some convenient location. If any time the juror gets brought in, takes the part, they have to start over the deliberations. So I'm trying to look and see here. This doesn't say specifically about how the foreperson is selected. It just says how the alternates are selected. Let me see if I can find. Oops. Let me see if I can find something that tells us specifically. Okay. So we should be looking at statute. Let's just look for the site. Massachusetts General Laws. What is it? Chapter. Sorry for me being all small down here. Didn't realize y'all were trying to watch me type here. Okay, chapter 234A, section what? Section 68A. Oops. Okay. Oh, well, how helpful is that? How helpful is that? Let me show you that. Here's the law, guys. Here's the law. After a jury has been impaneled and sworn, the court shall appoint a foreperson. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Seemingly does not tell us how we do that. There's a jury. Here's a jury instruction, I guess we get. So I can pull that up. I don't know if we have a real good view of it either, but here we go. When we impanel a jury at the beginning of trial, we never know whether some emergency. So we do 6. The alternate. The clerk will now reduce to alternate. Juror number. Okay, so here's all we get. Juror blank. I appoint you to be the foreperson. Doesn't say anything about how we select that person, just kind of what their responsibilities are. They're the people that are in charge of that part. After a jury has been impaneled and sworn, the court shall elect a foreperson. Common practice in the district court is to select a foreperson at the close of the instructions just prior to deliberation. The manner in which the foreperson is chosen lies in the discretion of the judge. So last time, we already know she just decided juror number 1 is seat number 1. You are going to be the foreperson. We can and maybe should anticipate that will be her method here, because the only reason really why it would be a valid reason in any particular case is because you just do that consistently. You know, so there you're not like I've watched the trial and I've watched the jurors react and I've decided I like juror number 1, so it's going to be juror number 1, but this other time it's going to be juror number 6. No, you kind of take your own judgment about out of it by being consistent with your method. So based on that, I would kind of expect juror number 1 is going to be the foreperson in this trial too, unless juror number 1 is disqualified or replaced by an alternate for some reason. So Very interesting. Very interesting, isn't it? The only person who didn't write anything is in the seat where we are expecting the foreperson to sit. We'll have to see how that plays out. Alexis Velasquez, his cross of lucky did not hit well. He was trying to word things differently to trick him. If they are slightly intelligent, they were aware of it. Like I said, I just I think that there's plenty that you can see if you're attentive to that type of thing, and that you know that you should be paying attention to stuff like that. You know, if you're not primed, I guess, to be distrustful of what the attorney is doing, then you may not be. You may not be critiquing his questions really all that closely. To me, it's you know, it's hard to miss. I find it very hard to miss. Like, he's very obviously loading the questions to me. I guess I just don't want to read too much into how much of that is just obvious from what Hank is doing, how much of it is me because watched the trial before, have this distaste for Hank, don't like his style, caught him, you know, doing this multiple times, got kind of a flavor of it. I'm a lawyer, so I pay attention to how people ask the questions. I don't know. I don't want to extrapolate too much from my judgment on it, but it does seem kind of obvious if you're paying attention to the questions. Just don't know if the jury is paying attention to the questions. I think this is certainly part of why it may not have landed well, is because it does. That's one thing the jury could take away, that it looks like he's trying to trick him. But I think the bottom line, it didn't hit because he had nothing to work with. You really don't have anything good to work with Lucky. You don't have anything that he's a liar. You don't have anything that his vision is bad. You don't have anything, at least certainly not that you're able to substantiate that, like, his story has changed a bunch of times, that he's got a motive for any of this. You don't have anything like that to work with. So Lucky's a problem for the Commonwealth. That's why I think the cross doesn't hit well. But it could very well be, you know, comes across as shady, loaded questions to me. Then very possible the jury's getting that impression too. Me Flowers 66. Just a thought. Ring cam was deleted at One Meadows when Karen Reed showed Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe her cracked tail light, because it also showed Jen McCabe secretly finding the missing piece and slipping it into her pocket. Seems like that piece was found. Maybe. Maybe if Barros is describing the right piece that was missing, we know that that was recovered. I'm just not convinced he was. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced he was necessarily describing the right piece that was missing. Why? Because the piece that was missing is that rectangle at the top. It's right about the size he was describing. It's just not in the same location. That's what they were never able to recover. And it's sus as hell that they were never able to recover that. Because why would that particular piece of the tail light, everything else you've been able to find all the pieces, but not a single piece of that one? Was it not randomly distributed with the rest of the tail light when the tail light was shattered and ended up in the debris field? Just seems rather unlikely that you were able to find all of the plastic except for the pieces that would make up that one particular spot. So my personal thought about that, I think Barros just maybe got that wrong. But if he didn't, then I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. That could be possible. Something happened on that made them want to delete the Ring camera video when the phone was either in Carrie Roberts / Jen McCabe's / Trooper Proctor's possession. And it's hard to make sense out of why they would want to delete footage showing Karen pointing out her broken tail light if that's all it shows. Surely that's helpful to the Commonwealth. Isn't that helpful for the Commonwealth? Look, here she is acknowledging it. Here it is substantiating this story that that Jen McCabe is telling us. So I think you might be onto something that perhaps there's something else there that needed to be deleted. Because if it was just pointing out the broken tail light, that's helpful for the Commonwealth. Proctor doesn't need to go in and delete that. Good thinking. Amerigator, it was refreshing to have a witness, Lucky, testify the same as the first trial. For some reason, all the prosecutions had to change stories. Well, to the extent we got overlap, yeah, there was quite a lot of revision, wasn't there? Even just the attitude was so different for some of the people, like Whitley. Daniel Whitley is one that jumps out in my mind. Just very defensive. Like a lot of these first responders, they come off as very defensive. To my eye, unnecessarily. Now, granted, I don't know what it's been like to be in Canton, be a witness in this case, and all the public attention that's been on the case. If I'm aware of that and I kind of incorporate that into my reading on what's going on with his witnesses, it really kind of just makes it look like they double down. Like the reason why they're so defensive is because they know that people aren't going to like what they have to say anyway. So they've kind of doubled down, and in some respects kind of, made it even more so. Like I feel like Daniel Whitley made much more of a point this time about Karen was uncooperative. She's arguing about whether she needed to go to the hospital and stuff like that. It was just much more negative on Karen than it had been the first time. It's like they feel like they didn't adequately convince us the first time. So now if they just really hammer on how hostile they are, it's going to go better or something. I don't know. But yeah, stories evolving and changing, huh? Uncivil Law, want to talk on stream since it is a half day? Well, it's probably getting a little late for that, Kurt. Thanks for asking. But I think at this point, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the super chats and head out. But let's touch base about maybe tomorrow we can find a time to get together and do a recap or something. Bev sitting on the scales again. Hank doing what he said he wouldn't. Hank, the Commonwealth won't bring up harassment unless the door is open. Also, Hank, you were harassed about your testimony. Lucky no. Hank, yes, you were. Yeah, good point. They weren't going to bring it up. It was another example of we don't really have to go through this in motions and litigate it. No need for a formal ruling on it because we're not going to go there anyway. Well, clearly there is no actual commitment there. Nothing that you would hang your hat on as something you would trust, perhaps. I think we have a pretty good read on how much we trust Hank Brennan's representations about pretty much anything. Gotta say, mine is in the basement. My trust for Hank Brennan, pretty far in the basement. Yeah. Good observation. You were harassed about your testimony. No, Hank, yes, you were. And so when you were harassed, just wouldn't take the answer. Just wouldn't take the answer. It's just why it was very objectionable for him to keep doing that. But Judge, I'm going to allow it. Exotic 127. So funny story. I'm in the middle of rebuilding a Max Force engine out of an international tow truck right now. Probably the same engine as Lucky's. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. And you're doing the rebuild. You're doing those old school skills, man. I bet Lucky would be happy to get in there and get his hands greasy with you. Bet he'd enjoy that. Well, enjoy your time with the calipers in that project. Hope you find that satisfying. Bino, Lucky may not be the brightest spark in math, as he said, but it only takes one spark of honesty to acquit. Yeah, he does. He comes across, he may not be like the Einstein of the trial, but he doesn't have to be. If he's coming forward with good and honest intentions, that's all you can really ask for out of a witness. And just Yeah, my feeling about Lucky, he does. He exudes sincerity. I find it persuasive. Don't know what the jury's going to think. Uncivil Law, Denzel Q. Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents to play Brennan. It's not even a close call. It's the same person. LOL. Okay, of course. Now I got to look this up. Denzel L. Crocker. How do you even spell that? Denzel Q. Crocker, my bad. Denzel Q. Crocker. There he is. Oh, it's a cartoon character. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I see. I see what you got there. I get it. I get it. It really is the same person. It really is the same person. I've not heard a word out of this person. And I already have the vibe. Yep, good call, Kurt. I think you nailed it. I think that's exactly who it is. Bev sitting on the scales, a young Jerry Lewis for Hank, the Nutty Professor. Let's look him up. The Nutty Professor. The original, not the Eddie Murphy. The original. This guy, huh? Let me share it. This guy. That guy there. Young. No, that's somebody else, isn't it? Jerry Lewis. Yeah, there he is, that guy. Not bad. Not bad. I'm not sure we've overcome the cartoon character guy, but this isn't bad. This isn't bad. I still like, or is it it's Willem Dafoe I'm thinking of, maybe, that I'm confusing with William H. Macy. Is it Willem Dafoe? I think yes, it is. It is. That's who I meant. I had him confused with William H. Macy, but that's who I was thinking of. This guy. I think this guy could he could get the sleaze. I think he could give us the sleaze vibe that we really need. That we really need with Hank. Excellent actor. Very, very good actor. I don't know. There have been some very good suggestions in all of this. Rosemary Attardo. How about Glenn Close or Meryl Streep as Judge Cannoni? Maybe I could see Glenn Close. I could see Glenn Close pulling it off. Meryl Streep. Yeah, maybe Meryl Streep. Maybe Meryl Streep. They definitely got some acting chops. I could see either of those. Good call there. Stacy LaBruna, there you go. Willem Dafoe is Hank Brennan. He has the creepy voice. Yeah, we were thinking about exactly the same lines. I just had him. Had wires crossed in my mind with William H. Macy is this guy. He looks kind of similar, but not exactly. And he's the one that's married to God, what's her name? The one from Desperate Housewives, I think. Spacing the name. Her. Felicity Huffman. Her. There they are together. Anyway, I was thinking I had him confused. He probably wouldn't be bad either, but he wasn't actually who I had in mind. I had Willem Dafoe in mind. So anyway, you and I are thinking along the same lines, Stacy. Marcelo, what's your top 5 of Queen Gatekeeper to Hell appealable errors that you would raise so far if there is a conviction on any count? I have 3, the Pro Hack Vice by Mark Easter and the Jessica Hyde issue. Boy. Got to think about this because it's like I'm not keeping a running list, and so I have to remember, like, offhand how much there even is, because remember, guys, the first trial is still potentially implicated too, at least if it's the kind of error that isn't cured by having a new trial. Let's see. Definitely the Pro Hac Vice, denial of the Pro Hac Vice for Mark Betterow, denial of counsel of choice, very big problem. It's just another example of where Judge Bev seems to lack really poor judgment about what's strong on appeal and what isn't, because that one is just any time you run into counsel of choice, it should be alert, 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 alert. This is a structural error issue. You can get yourself into a really bad situation not being very cautious with that type of decision. But she just wasn't. So I'm with you on that one. I don't think I would go with Michael Easter. Maybe. I mean, it's hard on the spot because I got to think through all of the many decisions that she's made, and the many of them that have been problematic, and I don't have them all in the front of my mind. So I don't think I'm really prepared to answer this question on the fly, Marcelo. I do apologize for that, but I'm going to have to give it some thought. I'm just going to have to kind of think myself back through the case to come up with a top 5. In part because there have been so many little ones too. You go through trial, there's lots of little rulings, and they may or may not like jump out as being big and important. But it's the ones that go to something critical, like if you don't allow the defense to go into an area of questioning, for example, that they should be allowed to get into, and you cut that off, it may not catch your attention the way something that's been litigated pre-trial will catch your attention, but it could nevertheless be a stronger issue because of the potential implications of it. Yeah, I have to think through this. I can definitely agree with you on the Pro Hac Vice by Mark. Easter, I don't agree. It's too much in the realm of discretion, and I don't think the defense has made the record that they need to make for that to be a strong appellate issue, because I don't have a good basis to show what would be different with Easter testifying. I just have them saying he would say some things about these topics, but that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me show the Court of Appeals, here is what he would say, here's how it would counteract the Commonwealth's testimony, and here's how the jury would be likely to receive it, here's how it would fit in with the evidence as a whole. I don't have that. So I don't think that's necessarily a particularly strong issue. Kind of for the same reason, the whole confrontation thing that we just ran into the other day with the DNA evidence coming in just yesterday. DNA evidence coming in through a witness who is not the witness who conducted the DNA testing. So the person who did the DNA testing has not been subject to any type of cross-examination. I have to, because that was not preserved on the record, I have to meet this stricter standard of manifest injustice. Is that going to be met here? I don't know. Just depends on how kind of close the case is and how much of a tipping point is it. Having no dog DNA, but pig DNA is present. Is that a major tipping issue for the jury? Maybe if they could get the wrong idea that the absence of dog DNA is highly significant, when in fact, if we called the witness into the stand based on the testimony from the last trial, sounds like there might be some issues with interference with the testing that implicate the dog DNA. Not 100% clear on that, but it was certainly discussed in the last trial. So those things all go to the strength, right? It's not just, was this a particularly bad decision? does it have a particularly egregious outcome? But we also kind of got to look at what record do we have of this error that I'm going to be able to use on appeal. It's extremely important to evaluating how strong this issue is. So I don't have all that in my head off the top. I'm sorry. I can't answer this, but I will give it some thought. Okay. I will commit to you. I will give it some thought. Write it down. Let me put it on my list. Top 5 appeal issues. And I will come back to this. Give it some thought and come back to it. It's just not a good one for on the fly. You got to let this stuff simmer a little bit. Bev sitting on the scales. Hugh Laurie as Hank. So many options. House. Yeah, not just House, but also the Prince of Wales back in the old Blackadder. I loved Hugh Laurie in the old Blackadder. He was he was fun. He was funny. I particularly, Blackadder goes fourth too. He was in the last couple seasons. Yeah, not a bad option. He's also got quite a lot of range as an actor. Not a bad choice. Nasir Bhutto. I know folks don't like Brennan, but maybe he knows how to work Bev better since he's local. Let's not forget Alessi and Jackson are outsiders to MA. Outsiders are sometimes treated differently. Possible. Yannetti is local-ish, but before we had Alan Jackson to be irritated at, Bev was irritated with Yannetti. So I don't know that I don't know how much, if any of this has to do with just personalities and alignments in the type of accusations that are being made on both sides and so forth, versus how much of it is just personal. It could be that Hank knows how to work Bev better because he's local-ish, but it could also be that Hank is just going to always be treated better by Bev because Hank has been selected by Michael Morrissey. He's been hand-selected by Michael Morrissey, and Michael Morrissey is one of the political allies that Judge Cannoni has in Norfolk County. Could be something like that too. I don't know. It's hard to get a read on how much is outsider and how much is not outsider. I don't think he's local to Canton. He's just local to Massachusetts, but local to Boston, at least by the David Yannetti standard, is not local at all. You're still an outside big city lawyer coming into their little small town and their little system. And I got to say, I appreciate that mindset. I've worked that mindset myself many, many times. It's awfully fun. It's really fun to be in the little small town court that you know so well. And then you have some big name lawyer from some big name law firm, big city like Seattle. The Gordon Honeywell guy comes in and shows up on your case, and you just run circles around him because he doesn't know anything about your courtroom or your system, or your rules, the way that the judges work. I'll admit I've played that. I've enjoyed that. So I don't know if Hank is really local enough to get that kind of leg up. Don't know. Definitely possible. Tina Lewis, Matthew McConaughey as Alessi. You think very highly of Mr. Alessi, don't you? I was trying to get like a visual, who could pull that off, and I was just thinking the dark kind of curly hair is the only reason I went with Chalamet. Who else? It's like Mr. Alessi has kind of his own distinctive look, doesn't he? It's kind of hard to pick somebody out that's like just sort of looks like him. But then you also got to have that extremely intelligent vibe, right? I was thinking for a second, the guy that played Thor, what was his name? That's one of the brothers. Not the one that Miley Cyrus was married to, but the other one. It's like maybe a very vague resemblance in the face. Yeah, big jacked guy. We know Mr. Alessi likes to work out. But I don't know that he's got the smart vibe to be able to pull that off. This is a tough casting decision. I think Mr. Alessi might be the hardest one to cast. Duncan, Idaho, Hank's got that big time rat energy. Yeah, he does. He does. He does exude rat. Everything about him kind of squeals rat. Jill Moore, Gary Oldman as Brennan. Ooh. Gary Oldman can pull it off. Very, very versatile actor. One of my personal favorites, actually. This actually makes me think maybe Tim Roth. Just visually, Tim Roth. The reason why I always associate those two is because of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, like my favorite ever Gary Oldman movie. Favorite ever Gary Oldman role. I just loved him in that role. A little bit of an art movie, I guess. Was it David Mamet play? I can't remember. It's a play. Somebody wrote the play. But so I always have those two associated in my mind. But Tim Roth, I think, could pull it off too. Maybe. Teresa B., I've solved the case. John went in the garage door where Chloe was being kept because of the kids' party. Chloe attacked him, being drunk. He hit his head and died. The Alberts couldn't have a dead cop in the garage. Maybe. See, we know Chloe was inside, or at least we're told from the first trial. Chloe was inside during the party, but Brian Albert had to take Chloe outside. It was like one of the early parts when they first got back to the house, where he separated himself from everybody else who was present there, because he didn't know, if the kids don't always remember to let the dog out. So they get back. He takes Chloe outside. Could have put her in the garage after that. Maybe we didn't hear anything about Chloe afterwards in the party. Chloe's not chilling, not hanging out. That was the last Chloe was seen, as far as I know, when Brian Albert says he took her outside. So many possibilities, guys. So many possibilities. Nasir. Yes, and I was thinking I would have loved to see a cross from Brennan to Welcher in another universe. The condescension would be too much to handle. It would be a collapsing black hole under the weight of all that condescension, wouldn't it? Who can be more contemptuous of the other? I like this idea. I wouldn't mind seeing that either. In Bizarro World. Hey, maybe it'll happen. This is apparently not Judd Welcher's first trip to Massachusetts. So maybe he'll get a chance again. Josh H., if you were defending this case, would you have ARCA create a 3D model using Welcher's laser plot points of Meadows and the two vehicles? If it helps my case, absolutely I will. Absolutely it will. If I can use that data and number one, demonstrate what you're capable of producing with it, as opposed to what they actually did produce and hand to the jury with it. I think that in particular is helpful, but also if I can show, remember, we have to consider all these different configurations as far as the angle, the height, and so forth. And if I can show that in any of these configurations, there's contact between Karen's right rear taillight and John's car, then absolutely I'm going to show that to him, and I'm going to show it in 3D, every single angle that you're able to see, because it's 3D. That's the whole reason you did 3D scanning. So yeah, if it helps my case, I'm absolutely going to do that. But if I can't find a way where there's overlap, then nah, let's not draw attention to that. Stuff sells stuff by the seashore. Is he trying to cosplay Mr. Alessi? Definitely worth at least $5. I'm just asking. It kind of came out of nowhere. That Brennan shows up with this dyed hair, and it's like really obvious. Everybody spotted it right off the back. He did something with his hair. Why? I don't know. Is he trying to cosplay Mr. Alessi? I gotta ask. Philip Coggins, you should end the show by playing I Want to Drive a Zamboni. Yeah, get copyright struck immediately. Maybe we can sing it together. Would that probably violate the other rules. Copyright. Oh God, I was not a copyright expert, but I remember with music, you have the composition is copyrighted, you have the performance is copyrighted, you have the recording that's copyrighted, you have the derivative works that are copyrighted, but that doesn't apply to sampling for some reason that I don't quite understand. Maybe we just need to make a rap and sample. I want to drive a Zamboni. Maybe that's the answer. Summer is 19. Dear Andrea, after a juror convicts, truth comes out. They feel devastated, are tormented by their part. Can they call out the lawyer in a legal way? Not really. No, there's no remedy for that. There's no remedy for that. You can make noise, you can publicize, but that in and of itself has no legal effect. Jurors' deliberations or regret or feeling about it or the process or anything like that cannot be used to impeach the verdict. The verdict will stand, notwithstanding anything that the jury says after the fact, other than like, hey, we engaged in misconduct. That would be a problem. But just, hey, we got it wrong. Hey, I didn't realize the prosecutor lied to us. Nope, that won't have any legal effect at all. Could create some publicity, but no legal remedy. And Cat 100 is a new member. Welcome, Ann Cat 100. Glad to have you as part of the crew. Melinderp, as an appellate lawyer, which thing is the most verdict overturnable in this case so far? Very difficult question, just like the top five. I'm going to answer this one, the Mark Vetero issue, the Pro Hac Vice issue, just because it is the issue with the unquestionably most favorable standard of review on appeal. If you just take everything else in a vacuum, forget about the specifics of our case, and we're just looking at types of issues, which ones are easy to win, which ones are hard to win, this is going to be much more in the bucket of this is easy to win, as opposed to things like her rulings on evidence, which are often going to be much, much harder. They're discretionary. She gets a lot of deference for the decision that she made. But choice of counsel, Sixth Amendment right, you deprive somebody of their right of counsel. Structural error, we don't even have to look at what sort of effect did it have on the trial. We don't have to guess. Would the trial have been different if Mark Vetero was sitting over there at counsel table? It doesn't come up. You don't ask that question. The only question we have to ask is, should Mark Vetero have been allowed to have been her attorney? Was there a valid basis to not allow Karen to have her attorney of choice? And given that the basis was, I think there's an unwaivable conflict based on he represents Turtle Boy, I don't think that record supports it. I really don't. So I'm identifying that one as most overturnable, mainly because it's got the easiest standard of review. Structural error, the holy grail of appellate issues. You almost never get them. You always have to go in and show it would have affected the trial this way had it gone the way I'm saying it should have gone. It would have affected the verdict. It would have undermined this part of the case. Here's what the outcome would have been. You don't have to do that with that Vetero issue. So that's my thought process about that. Tina Lewis, can't help but wonder where things would be if Lucky called to have the Ford Edge towed. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, huh? It's a counterfactual we can never know. Can never know the answer to. Takes me back to thinking about that Canton Police Department audit. The audit that they did right before, released the report right before this trial gets started. And, identified lots of ways in which Canton is just fine, but then others where there are certain deficiencies. And I remember one of them was not responding to calls, because Canton does their dispatch in-house. They decide kind of when and how fast to respond to calls. And they had, in fact, had issues with complaints of calls not being responded to? That'd be my guess. Yeah, you can call it in, but they're just not going to do anything about it. You really think they're going to go tow Brian Albert's car or Brian Albert's friend's car? I'm skeptical. But there would be a record. There would be a record for sure. Z, Karen Reed says defense arrests approximately Tuesday. Arca, Wing, and Ellington. That is quite fast. So we're not having court tomorrow. That means Friday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 days, 3 more days. ARC is going to take a big chunk of that, aren't they? ARCA, I would have to assume ARC is going to take at least half of that to get through all of direct, all of cross. They got new stuff to come in, new things that they've looked at since the last trial rebuttal of Welcher and Burgess. I think Rentschler probably has, he's not constrained that we've seen in this trial, the way he was in the first trial where he wasn't allowed to testify to his biomechanics stuff, basically, because back then only a medical doctor could offer an opinion on injury causation. But now we're in a different standard, as Mr. Alessi reminded the judge. So there was no motion in limine to prevent Dr. Rentschler from being able to offer an opinion about injury causation. And this is a new trial, so the old ruling doesn't carry over. So he should be able to testify to that additional stuff as well. So more from ARCA than we got in the first trial. And then, we know we know we're going to get a very signal-oriented cross-examination from Mr. Brennan. Wing, Garrett Wing, expect him to testify. Ellington, La Posada, right? Aren't we expecting La Posada, the defense's forensic pathologist? Because we need the testimony about this was not actually hypothermia and there's no frostbite. We need those types of things in. Ellington seems like he is now the one that is kind of batting for Richard Green. Thought maybe that was going to be Matt DeSogra, but turns out no, Matt DeSogra is just reviewing Welcher and Burgess. So Ellington might be kind of substituting in for Richard Green on some of the cell forensic stuff. Obviously, that's what he focused on, but what else? Let's go to Dee Dee. Let's go to Dee Dee and look at our witness list again. See who else is on it that they may need to call. Are we not going to call Brian Albert or Brian Higgins? Are we going to leave the butt dials and the phone, getting rid of the phones and stuff? Are we going to leave that on the table? It's not coming in. Not coming in, I don't think, without calling them, unless we call Proctor and we put it to Proctor like we were putting these things to Yuri as stuff that you became aware of in the course of the investigation and that didn't raise any red flags for you, that type of thing. But doesn't look like they're going to call Michael Proctor. Who else? Anybody else? Looking at their list here. Kelleher. Don't know if there's a whole lot to get from Chief Kelleher. It's just interesting seeing him on the list. Yeah, La Posada, the forensic pathologist. Surely we've got to hear from her. Michael Morrissey. That would be fun, wouldn't it? John O'Keefe Sr. Don't know what we were getting from him. Courtney and Elizabeth Proctor. Who else? Yeah. Wing and Wolf. I think that's mainly it. Then we had some common witnesses. I don't think there's anybody that jumps out Louis Jutras, if I remember right, maybe him. He was the supervisor. If I'm remembering who he is correctly, he was Lucky's supervisor at the Department of Public Works. And he was important because Michael Proctor went to him and wrote a report that the plows weren't on Fairview Road, that he talked to Louis Jutras and was told that the plows weren't on Fairview Road this morning. And of course, that is not true at all. And I believe in the first trial, Louis Jutras made it clear he did not say that, would not have said that. So that's a possible one. Is it critical? Maybe not, but helpful. Helpful. Any of the first responders, Matt Kelly, Seraph, Mulaney, the guys who were there at the scene who did not hear, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That seems pretty important to me. Seraph, maybe if we have to choose between any one of them, I'm going to pick Seraph because he's the one that Katie McLaughlin name dropped. That this was done right in front of him, and he's the one that said, "Go get Goody, go get Officer Goody, Sergeant Goody." And we know from the first trial, yeah, that did not happen. Maybe Seraph. Those seem to be the main ones to me. I mean, there's plenty of other options, but those are the ones that, if I'm shortlisting, I think I would be striking out a lot of people's names before I struck those ones out. And then if I have to start striking those out, it's going to be harder for me to decide who am I eliminating. I don't love the idea of not calling, for example, Seraph. Maybe it's like it doesn't matter, it's a loose end. Nobody cares about I hit him anyway. Just hate to leave that on the table. You just don't know what's landed with the jury and what they focus on and what they don't. So I think this is probably generally right. Arca, Wing, Ellington, I think La Posada we have to include in that too. But if they're getting done that fast, then it does seem like a pretty good chance we're not going to be talking to Brian Albert, not going to be talking to Brian Higgins. Some of those details are going to be left on the table, and I guess that's just how it is. I have to go back. At one point, one of these days, we'll go back and we'll relook at the openings. We'll remind ourselves, what did they tell us we were going to hear in opening, and how well have they delivered on that? It's always a potentially good exercise to just keep us oriented with where we are. Mickey P. Polished Karina K. Desperate to leave buffoons, then immediately excited when Karen Reed, not a close friend, arrives. Drew such a contrast between Karen Reed and the Alberts. I hadn't taken it like that, but once you put it that way, it does kind of seem that way, doesn't it? Done with you losers, but now here's Karen, so I'll hang out for another couple hours. Hadn't really thought about it that way. Nicole Kelly, bar vid perspective. Higgins was drunk and insecure, kept looking at John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was mocking them and acted too cool for school, ignited Higgins's insecurities. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. My question in all of this is does John know? Does John know, or has this come as a surprise? Is this something that John learned like tonight? Maybe. I would love to know. I just don't know that we ever will. Don't know that we ever will. But it just seems to paint a very different story. Doesn't it? If John knows versus John doesn't know. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just like shifts the focus of where the aggression would be coming from. If I knew that my friend, or who I thought was my friend, had been trying to come in and steal my girl, probably not going to be all that well disposed towards him. If I didn't know, I don't necessarily have a beef with him. He's been my friend, but he's gonna maybe have a beef with me. I don't know. It just seems to put a little bit of a different dynamic on the situation as far as like how a fight might have happened, how it would have broken out. I just wonder. Nicole Kelly, Patricia Arquette should play Judge Bev. That's a pretty good one too. That's a pretty good one too. She has enough of the kind of airhead, not paying attention really to anything, present in the courtroom the whole time, but nothing is sticking. Maybe Daryl Hannah could pull that off too. Patricia Arquette is a good one. See, I don't necessarily love Patricia Arquette as a choice because she's so like David Lynch coded for me, and David is just too cool for like what's happening here in this courtroom. I mean, I could see it being that kind of bizarro planet that we've landed on that would make sense in a David Lynch movie, but that almost makes it more sympathetic then. Part of the issue here is that this is her courtroom. She's the one that's responsible for this shit show that we're witnessing. It's on her. The buck stops with her. David Lynch movie, it's like there's just crazy shit going on in the universe and weird paranormal stuff and all kinds of things like that. It's not people's fault. That's just my knee-jerk reaction when I hear Patricia Arquette. I'm like, wait, but now we're in a David Lynch movie, and I don't think this is a David Lynch movie. This is a lot more like Scorsese, a lot more of a Scorsese movie. Stacy LeBruno, I think John O'Keefe was not brought outside till after 4 a.m. That's why Jen McCabe wanted to go to John O'Keefe's house before 34 Fairview to buy time for them. Just a thought. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that it was like more of a last minute dump job as well myself. My thought process was that's the 5:07 call to Nicole in the morning is after Karen calls. After Karen calls Jen and then she's, getting in the car to head over to Jen's house, that's when they're on notice. Somebody is going to be showing up. Somebody's going to be looking. She could be out there right now. Better get him out on the lawn. I don't know if we're going to be able to get enough information about the temperature loss and the exposure and all that stuff from La Posada to be able to get a sense of how long he was outside and if he was dead before and all those kind of complicating things that we've been talking about this whole trial. But it would be helpful if we did, wouldn't it? If we could narrow down some of these possibilities. Okay, if we can say John was not outside for 5.5 hours, can we say he was outside for 3? 4? About the time we're doing this, the Hoslong to Diane Cole, is it maybe around then? I don't know. I'd love to go more, but I tend to think like you, Stacy. My suspicion is that's part of the story of that morning. Karen calls Jen. Jen calls Nicole. Why did you need to call Nicole after Karen calls you and tells you she's on the way over and John's missing and stuff like that? Why'd you need to call Nicole? Obviously, it wasn't to alert her, or you wouldn't have, denied that the call happened. See, it would have made perfect sense to be like, yeah, I called my sister after Jen, or after Karen called me because I just wanted to be sure. Hey, John never showed up, did he? No, okay. Perfectly innocent explanation for that phone call, but no, they all denied making it. So what was it? Maybe you need to decide what you're going to do. Clock is ticking. Somebody could be showing up in your front lawn momentarily. Maybe. Despite the look on my face, you're still talking. If I want a farce, I want Martin Short as Bev. that would be a farce. That would definitely be a farce. Steve Martin, maybe even Steve Martin as Bev, but Martin Short would probably do farce better. That could be fun. Why not? Byron Butterfield, was Philip Seymour Hoffman mentioned as lucky? Not so far. Not so far. But I do like that. I do like that. Very good call. Very good call. He does have a physical resemblance in many ways. Also a very good actor. I really liked Philip Seymour Hoffman in Capote. Great film about Truman Capote and In Cold Blood, the book that he wrote. Then he went on to like destroy himself socially because he became, like a gossip queen, I guess, published too many secrets about his friends. Great role for Philip Seymour Hoffman in that one. Saudade. Saudade. My son suggested Winston Payne from Ace Attorney. Okay, I'm going to have to look this one up because I don't know who this is. Apparently, this is another cartoon. Another cartoon. He looks a little worried, a little troubled, Maybe I could see it. A little similarity with the hair, the hairline there. Yeah, maybe this guy. This looks like this must be a Japanese, Korean, something like that. I don't know. Not familiar with that show, but not a bad pick. Miss Shorty threatened by an online blogger. GTFOOH. Everyone loves Lucky, including Aiden. Love you, Andrea. Thank you for keeping me sane throughout this fiasco. Obviously not, and he even follows the blogger now. Like, clearly he didn't feel threatened by what Aiden is doing. Might have even thought it was correct for Aiden to be calling people out for not saying what they know. Lucky certainly knew that there was more to this story than was being out there in the papers, being shared in the media about the case. So he may very well have suspected, yes, there would be other people that would know things that they're not telling. He might very well support putting pressure on those people to tell the truth. Don't be part of a cover-up. Yeah, threatened by an online blogger. It doesn't even sound. Maybe, again, this is just, I'm Gen X. I grew up my entire childhood, no internet, no social media, anything like that. I was an adult before the internet and email and everything was even really a thing. So maybe it's just my perspective that, oh no, you're threatened by an online blogger. Whatever will I do? What might happen? They might say mean things about me on the internet. However, will I live my life without the internet? Be kind of awesome. In many ways, it's kind of awesome to live your life without the internet. I mean, God, I went down to South America for 2 months and in large part so I could lose myself in places where you don't get the internet. Like, just the proportionality of that fear of things being said about you on the internet, like as a threat, that's so threatening. It just doesn't land with me. That might be generational. Who cares? Oh no, I might have to delete my Facebook. Guess what? Did that years ago. Like, no use for that. Don't like that place. Ugh. James Casatelli, Kevin James as Brian Higgins. Kevin James is so likable, though. Kevin James is so likable. He would have more game. Kevin James would have a lot more game than Brian Higgins. I'm going with Gerard Depardieu for Brian Higgins. We gotta go with Gerard Depardieu. That's my pick. Breezy sup playa bree. Alessi, Dr. Reed from Criminal Minds, Matthew Gray Goobler. Okay, gonna have to look this one up to Criminal Minds. Who's this? Oh yeah, that guy. Okay, let's get him up. He was also in Dr. House. He was also in Dr. House. Yeah, this guy. I remember him. Yeah, maybe him. I could see maybe him. I've been trying to think through unless he's so distinctive with his look. Like who looks by him? Even just getting like a sort of reasonably curly-haired, dark-haired actor. Don't know why it's so hard to come up with somebody, but I just have a very hard time casting that particular role. Who's gonna really fit and be able to embody it? I don't know. That's not a bad choice there. Bev sitting on the scales, Boss Rutten as Paul O'Keefe, Kevin James as Higgins. Yeah, I can't give you Kevin James on that one. He's too nice. He's too likable. He's too kind of cute. He's got Riz, okay? He's kind of a fat guy, it's his whole thing. He's kind of a tub, but he's got some Riz in spite of that, The whole point of Higgins is the just compelling absence of Riz. That's what takes me to Gerard Depardieu personally, but I understand people have all kinds of different wild tastes. Not bad choices there. AK, sorry if this was already answered. Did the picture come into evidence? And if so, is there a problem if any of the jurors know the people in the picture with Lucky? Hey, good question. The picture is in evidence. It did come in. We saw it. It was him with a lady in a green shirt with a shamrock on it. Looked like there were some other green shirt people in the background. Good question. The juror could be a problem. Yeah. Maybe if this is like, oh, hey, juror's like, oh, hey, that's my sister. That's my sister here in this photo of Lucky. Do you think that's going to color how you might perceive Lucky as a person and whether, you're on his side, not on his side? It can affect how you weigh his testimony. You're like, oh, that's my sister that took that photo with him. It might. At the very least, it would come up because it's going to have to be disclosed. This person, you're going to have to bring it up to the court, and then they may have to ask you some questions about it. Hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that's a good perspective. Possible that could be an issue. Z, TikTok suggesting Stranger Things Alec Utgoff for Lessie. All right, let's look this guy up. Stranger Things. Not a show that I watched. Ooh, you are getting hot. You are getting hot. I absolutely see it. Yes, this is the kind of look we've been looking for. The curly hair. I can totally see it. Yeah. Good call. Is TikTok ever wrong? Seriously. Just Mimi Sue, Stephen Moyer for Mr. Alessi. Not a bad one. Let's pull him up. I remember what he looks like, but he's a little bit obscure enough that maybe I think I spelled his name wrong. Maybe other folks don't remember him offhand. I remember him from True Lies. Isn't he married? He's married to Anna Paquin. Yeah, there's the two of them. True Blood, not True Lies. True Blood. He was in True Blood. Married to Anna Paquin. He doesn't have the curly hair. He's got very straight hair. But I think that last guy was pretty good. The Stranger Things guy. Jay Braun is a new YouTube member. Welcome to the channel. Bino, BA took Chloe from garage when everyone left at 2 a.m. and found John O'Keefe lying there, and that's when butt dials with BH started. QED. Hey, maybe. Does it fit? Seems to fit. Can't rule it out. Jay Braun, go Phillies. Number 1 in the MLB power ranking. They were last week. Fortunately, I think that 19-2 loss at home might push them back a little bit. Getting swept by the Brewers. Probably not going to be number 1 this week. But yes, you're right. So far, they were number 1 in the power ranking. This is why things had to take a little bit of a left turn for a minute. P.S. The Braun house feels you can easily play yourself. Beauty, grace, intelligent, and wit. God, Mom, are you too kind? Thanks so much for that, Braun. I don't know. Hollywood's not really my kind of place. I don't know that I'd really want to play myself. But if I am not a character in this anyway, surely. So no, I won't go down the road of who would I pick to play myself. That's way too self-indulgent, isn't it? Greg, William Dafoe in drag for Jen McCabe. We're gonna fight over William Dafoe and his proper role in this movie that we're casting. Rube, I thought defense cut their case too short first trial. Now worried they're going to do the same. I'm a little bit worried about it too. If they don't have to, why would they? You know, if you don't have to cut it short, you can tie up these loose ends. Why wouldn't you? I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a strategy. I just don't know what it is. And it is a concern. It is a concern for me that there just maybe things that they're leaving out there that would be helpful. I remember last trial, we all really wanted to hear from Paul and Aaron Beatty. They were on the list. They're on the list again. We know that there's something about, Jen McCabe was calling Paul Beatty like mad. I think she called him the night, the night, meaning like before they woke up the next morning. But then like after Karen called, I'm pretty sure she blew up Paul Beatty's phone like a whole bunch of times. Really eager to talk to him. Why? I'd love to know. But it doesn't sound like that's going to be on the table this time. I worry about it too. Johnny R. Why wouldn't the Alberts call 911 if John was still alive? Even if he hit his head in a fight, isn't that better than letting him die? I don't get it. Yeah, if it was just an accident, if this was just an accident and there's no real culpability on anybody's part for putting John in that condition, he just slipped and fell in the garage or the dog got him, it seems awfully hard to me to imagine that you'd go to all this trouble and risk of, the lies and the frame job and all that stuff just to protect the dog. I mean, you could just, do what you did, just rehome the dog, get the dog out of there, get the dog in a good home. Then there will be no blowback on the dog. I don't see you're going to do this just because your homeowner's insurance is going to be unhappy with you. Yeah, they will. That's money. That's what you have insurance for. It's the whole purpose of it. So to me, it seems like there has to be some kind of culpability for John being in this position to make the trade-off worthwhile. It's a very high-risk thing to do a frame job, even in a place where you have all your buddies on the law enforcement that are gonna have your back. People are either scared of you and are going to stay in line, or they want to be part of your little club, so they're going to suck up to you, give you what you want to try to get an in. Even with that, there's a risk, if only just because people can mess up. You can make a mistake. They know as well as anybody else, criminal masterminds, extremely rare. Extremely rare. Not very common to pull off the perfect crime. What do you got? DB Cooper and who else? I think that's about it. So yeah, I mean, if this was the alternative was better than calling 911, to me, that's because there's going to be some, significant level of culpability on them if that's investigated. It's the only way it makes sense to me. I don't see that this is an accident and we covered up an accident. I mean, I see it as being an accident in a sense that nobody was trying to kill John. But if you got in a fight, you're like, come down to the basement and have this fight in my basement and he dies. Like you got, you got a lot more culpability for that than, even if it's an accident, you didn't mean to kill him. You just mean to get in a fight, but he slipped and hit his head or whatever. You're still in manslaughter territory and you're not going to be a Boston cop with your pension and all that stuff, with manslaughter. It's just not going to happen. So I think it had to be a really serious trade-off. Lady Di 2, DB Cooper. We solved 2 crimes in one. Hey, great minds think alike. Literally just thinking about DB Cooper. DB Cooper killed John. Is that where we're at? AK, can Devers mail to the FBI asking about perjury be obtained through a FOIA? Probably not, because it's going to be an investigative material. It's not going to be just an ordinary public record. It's going to relate to their case, their investigation. You can try it. And if they consider it exempt, they will tell you what you've requested is, subject to the investigative records exemption, or just whatever exemption that they would use. You could try it and see, but I would expect that you probably wouldn't be able to get that. Mr. Spooky, Dylan Walsh from Nip Tuck as a lessee. I don't know who this is. Nip Tuck. Let's take a look. I can see a little bit of that. I don't know this actor at all. So like character-wise, vibe-wise, not sure how he would fit. But I think we could get an Alessi look for him. Sure. I think there's enough there that we could work with. Not bad. Not bad. MMG Enrichment. Thank you for everything, AB. Question, would you call Proctor? Nah. I don't think so. If we've been able to get in at least most of the critical facts, if I have to leave out a fact or two, it might be worth a trade-off to me to let him stay the ghost. Let him stay the ghost and then not, run into that risk of Brennan's going to be able to just script a rehab, put it in his mouth on cross-examination with his leading questions, and all Proctor has to do is just sit and nod and accept it and adopt it. The question has to be, why am I calling Michael Proctor? What am I calling him for? What do I need from him? Is there anything I need from him at this point, fact-wise? Is there any fact Michael Proctor has that is, critical to my defense? I don't really think there is. I mean, there's stuff I'd be interested to know. I'd love to know which first responder gave you the phone, gave you John O'Keefe's phone so that you could give it to Nick Guarino. How come you didn't mention to Nick Guarino that you had the password to Karen's phone? That you got it from when you were doing that interview up in Dighton, you watched her put it into your phone and then into her phone, and then you verified it with her. So you did know what it was. So they didn't have to wait until July to break into it. And you had access to that information. That might be helpful. Just doesn't seem to be a focus that this defense team is taking. The chain of custody of John O'Keefe's phone, they don't seem to care about at all. Other than, I guess now with Erickson, we might be talking about phone activity, deletions, etc. Same thing with Karen's GPS data. Was her GPS data deleted, or was it just not there? First trial, we were told, as far as I remember, all we were told from Nicholas Guarino's testimony was, well, she just didn't have a lot of location data on her phone, and usually that means location services is off. And that made sense. That made sense. But there's tampering. Maybe they are more interested in that. I could have gotten that from Yuri. Yuri was also present at the interview when they, Karen put her password into the phone. They checked it, verified it with her. So you could have gotten that from Yuri if that was a fact you were going to get. You wouldn't need to call Michael Proctor for it. They didn't. Leads me to suspect that it's just not an important fact to them. What else does Michael Proctor offer, really, that we need to have? The gift text. I think that's really about it. The gift text. The jury's kind of heard about that anyway. No, it's not in evidence. But it's also not, it hasn't been silent on that topic. If I don't need him, I'm not calling him. I'm not calling him just to put a face to the name. That's the Commonwealth's game. That benefits them. That benefits their position. I prefer that he be a ghost. So no, I don't think there's anything I need from Michael Proctor that would make me call him in this situation. Kyle Wells, Guy Pearce or Cillian Murphy for Alessi or Brennan. Cillian Murphy has a little too creepy a vibe for me. So I wouldn't use that. But Guy Pearce, I like. Guy Pearce, also another actor I really like. Fabulous and Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Great role for him. But also Memento. Guys, Memento. God, what a great movie that was. Really good movie. Enjoyed that one a lot. R. Red, Benedict Cumberbatch for Alessi. CH gets credit. Hey, it's been right in front of our nose the entire time. The entire time he's right there. Of course it's Benedict Cumberbatch. It's always going to be Bumper Snoot. Clunder Bibble. It's always going to be that guy. Edward Foster, Jack Nicholson is Brian Higgins. I don't know. Jack, same thing. Jack's got Riz. Even as old and apparently not doing that great. I think he's got dementia now. I think Jack is not doing all that well. Even still, he's got more Riz than Brian Higgins. I don't know if I can endorse this one. Serious Problema, Jesse Eisenberg is Alessi. Yeah, that's not bad. I could see that. I think hard to top Cumber Snatch, though. Occipit Boner. Perfect Alessi is Sean Penn, Hank, Billy Crystal. My God, see, I would almost flip those. I think I would flip those. Visually, I don't get Alessi from Sean Penn at all. I get much more Billy Crystal from Sean Penn. That's just the visual because they got dark curly hair. And Billy Crystal, I think, could certainly play the very smart, very brainy, very intelligent. I think he could lean into that. Sean Penn has played a lot of assholes, man. I think he could really nail Hank. See, this is funny. These are great suggestions. As it happens, I would flip them. But not bad. Kit Gracie, Alessi, Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix crossed my mind. But I think he's also a little too, he's got that dark side, very dark, the Joker, the guy in Gladiator, he's got that whole, just a little bit scary vibe to him. And I don't get that from Alessi at all. I get very strong Alfred E. Newman, What Me Worry kind of vibes from Mr. Alessi. So I've never seen Joaquin Phoenix in a happy-go-lucky kind of role. Maybe he's had one, and I just don't know it. But I guess for me, he's very associated with that real dark shadow, dark shadow personality, and I don't get that from Alessi. Shield Maiden, Oscar Isaacs as Alessi. Oscar Isaacs, I feel like I should know who that is. Is that somebody who was he in a Star? Yeah, he was. That's who I remember. He's from like a Star Wars movie, one of them. I forget which one, but one of those that's not like part of the main story. Jeff's going to be like all embarrassed now that I don't remember which Star Wars, but honestly, he knows I don't like Star Wars. I never even really watched the whole original ones. Just not my thing. Yeah, that guy, he's very handsome. Very handsome man, dark curly hair. He's got like intensity. He's got that intensity thing to him. Maybe. Who else? Ran Maniac 10 Skeletor is Jen McCabe. Well, now that's just mean. But I also see it. Canoni's baloney. Jadzia in 1969. Planned, in my opinion, Jen McCabe to Karen Reed, you're coming with me. This is the whole other piece of it too, right? Yeah, you're coming with me. Why? It could just be a coincidence, but add that in with the call out and John come over to the waterfall really in the first place. I don't know. There's so many pieces, hard to make sense out of all of them, but I can definitely see this perspective too. CLK, I feel defense broke promise of Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Proctor from opens. Maybe we have to go back and look at the opening and what did they commit to? Because we've heard a lot about these people, but you're definitely right that we have not heard from them. And I suspect even just hearing about them in opening, there were things that we anticipated hearing in the evidence that we have not heard. So maybe we'll go through that one of these days coming up. Specifically, what did he say and commit to in his opening statement that might be undermined by not calling these people? We'll have to see. But that is a risk too. The jury's expecting. Defense told me these people are important, so defense is going to have to call them, and they don't. It's not great. We're going to have the instruction. You always get the benefit as the defense of the instruction that says defense has no burden to put on any case. They don't have to call any witnesses, present any evidence. So you do always get to lean into that a little bit in the way that the Commonwealth doesn't get to do. But if you've been led to expect defense is going to call these people and they don't, yeah, you would feel misled. So possible they got that impression from the opening. Occipit Boner. Higgy, Paul Walter Hauser, Jen McCabe, Christina Ricci. Christina Ricci is very cute. I don't know who Paul Walter Hauser is, so I gotta look him up. Who's that guy? Do I know him from anything? Here he is. He looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place him. What I've seen him in. This guy, yeah, he's got the look. Oh gosh, he looks a little bit like Chris Farley, doesn't he? Chris Farley is Higgins, perhaps. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. Don't know anything about his vibe or his riz. Z, Ryan Reynolds for Hank's in real life manipulative personality. Ooh, Ryan Reynolds can lean into sleaze, can't he? He really can. Not a bad call on that one. Well, that was fun. It was fun casting that movie. Who have we not cast? I mean, a lot of people that we haven't cast. Who did the chat settle on for Karen? Who did chat settle on? I picked Margot Robbie, but that's just because, she's so pretty and all the girls would be jealous of her. She finally got the golden boy, look at her. Everyone would be jealous of her. Who did chat have? playing Karen. I'd love to know. That would be an entertaining movie, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't rule it out. Hollywood doesn't necessarily have an awful lot of creativity these days. They have to remake things that succeeded, succeeded in other contexts. So a fake Karen Reed movie, I could see that being the kind of thing that that Hollywood might do. Well, whatever it is, I bet it would be, pulled off better than this particular spectacle that we're watching here. Hey guys, guess what? Not a full week, to the surprise of probably nobody. To the surprise of probably nobody. No, Bev, everyone knew when you said it's a full week next week that you were not going to have the stamina to that. That was going to be a very unlikely outcome. Nevertheless, even we probably thought the half day today was going to be our little break, but nope, a whole extra day tomorrow. Whole extra day. We knew it was never going to be a full week. Come on. So, hey, we've got a day. Maybe she needs some time to read these motions and get caught up. A lot of stuff to deal with. Hey, we didn't even look at the other one. We looked at that motion that they filed on Ellington, because that's going to be the top priority. But we haven't even looked at the other one. Let's just go ahead and turn to that real quick. Let's just go ahead and check it out. The Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion for discovery from Aperture. The court ordered that the Commonwealth's expert witness, Dr. Welcher, may testify on rebuttal as a remedy for the defense's multiple deliberate Rule 14 violations in connection with their own expert, ARCA. Dr. Welcher is presently engaged in additional testing for purposes of rebuttal to ARCA, and he intends to use a presentation during his rebuttal testimony as he did on direct. The Commonwealth has so notified the defense and has further provided the defense with a description of this additional testing. The testing data, materials, and the presentation will be produced to the defense as soon as they are completed. The Commonwealth is mindful of the trial schedule and is working with Dr. Welcher to complete and produce these materials as quickly as possible, given Dr. Welcher's personal and professional obligations, including other cases scheduled for trial. Well, now remember, the scope of rebuttal was yet to be determined. It was yet to be determined. We're just going to have to wait and see what ARCA testified to. So maybe a little bit cart ahead of the horse here with Welcher and Aperture having their marching orders vis-a-vis preparing the rebuttal. But that aside, Bev probably doesn't remember at this point that it was still going to be an open issue of what the scope of rebuttal was, just that there would be some. By way of their Rule 14 motion, the defense is demanding the same type of detailed testing disclosure and production of information that the court ordered the defense to disclose as a sanction for their repeated and intentional Rule 14 violations. Yes, Hank, that's exactly right, because Rule 14 sanctions are remedial. They are not punitive sanctions. We read the case law about that. Judge Cannoni herself, I think, acknowledged that one correctly on that occasion. Rule 14 sanctions are remedial, meaning they exist to fix the problem, not to punish somebody for doing something wrong. So to the extent that there were any rule violations here, which is a whole other can of worms, but the judge has so found, to the extent that there were any violations, the violation creates a problem if you don't have notice. And so this is a remedial sanction to give you notice. Remedial. So yeah, that's why they're asking for the same thing, because they're also entitled to notice. Moreover, demanding this information so that the ARCA witnesses may try and use it to preempt Dr. Welcher's testimony, in effect to present a surrebuttal before Dr. Welcher even testifies on rebuttal, is improper. Well, it's what you've been doing throughout this whole case, isn't it? It's what you did with Welcher. You presented them all of all of the ARCA stuff so that they could pre-butt it. Isn't that exactly what you did? You tried to get a rebuttal before you even had the opportunity to have a rebuttal, because you're not supposed to have a rebuttal. It's not how it works in Massachusetts. You've just gotten this special exception this time. And apparently in Hank's world, ARCA responding, ARCA having a chance to defend whatever Judd Welcher might come up with as an answer, that would be unfair. The only fair situation is for Judd Welcher to have the the last word. This is the world, apparently, that Hank Brennan lives in. At the same time, the defense is demanding more information from the Commonwealth. They still have not turned over a presentation that the ARCA witnesses intend to use during their testimony. To the extent that presentation includes information not previously disclosed, it may necessitate further or additional rebuttal analysis by Dr. Welcher. The Commonwealth also needs a fair opportunity to review the presentation in advance of the ARCA witnesses' testimony to prepare for cross-examination. The Commonwealth will continue to work to get the defense Dr. Welcher's rebuttal testing and materials as soon as possible. In the meantime, and because it potentially impacts that testing, the defense should produce the presentation and any other materials the ARCA witnesses intend to use at trial. The defense's motion should be denied. If you want the defense to have to do something, you should file an answer. You should file your own motion and require that. This is not a motion, but this is Hank's MOU. You know, it's his MOU, his MO. He gets called out for something, and so he likes to turn around, blame the defendant. But you keep the focus there. So maybe that will be resolved. Maybe this is one Bev is like, I'm just not even going to pay attention to that one because it's discovery. They should be able to work it out themselves before ARCA's on the stand, before Welcher's on the stand. Only bring it to me if it really actually needs my attention. The Commonwealth is acknowledging you need to turn this stuff over. So great, then turn it over. And if you want to bitch about ARCA, then file a motion. I mean, it's kind of how I see it. So that's the other one that landed the other day. They got all the instructions to go through, all of that stuff. So maybe Bev just needs an extra day to be able to go through the papers and decide what she has to deal with or not. Or maybe not. I mean, who knows? Who knows? So, guys, Donnie R has Dakota Jackson as Karen Reed. I do like that. I like that. I could maybe see Dakota Jackson pulling it off. Trying to think of somebody who's got like really good expression, somebody who's really expressive. You know, Karen takes all this heat for like, how dare she have a face in the courtroom and use it? You know, how dare she respond to anything? There's like no right way that she could behave that would make people critical of her happy. You know, if she's smiling, she's not serious enough. If she's frowning, she's putting on an act. You know, there would be no way that she could behave that would satisfy everybody. So lean into who she is and what she does. She makes a lot of expressions while she's listening to stuff. Who's a really good, like, makes a lot of expressions actress? Oh, Reese Witherspoon, Cameron Diaz. Who else? Who else do we got? I mean, there's probably a few. Probably a few we can think of. Fun movie to cast. I've enjoyed that. All right, guys. We're going to call it a day. Call it, I would say, a successful day for the defense. Perhaps I was, unduly negative towards the defense yesterday with that, and not really towards the defense, but just maybe give Hank too much credit for the cross-examination of Officer Barros. I might have been, but I did see that as pretty successful. So without knowing exactly how the jury is taking it, successful enough that I could see a situation where the jury could take it as, pretty much neutralizing, what he had to say. But I could be wrong about that. That's just it's going to depend on how it hits the people in the jury box. So, I might have been a little leaning heavy on how well the Commonwealth did yesterday, but today, no, did not get more of the same. Absolute flail of a cross with Lucky Loughran there on the stand, and then nothing meaningful to get from Karina Kolakithis. I'm not sure that I'm not really sure that Karina added a massive amount to the defense case beyond just maybe making Karen a little bit more human, a little bit more relatable. Yeah, she does have friends. Other people think she's cool. She's fine. Excited to see her, hang out with her. Able to bridge this gap between like these two groups. It isn't like we have to put a white hat on one and a black hat on another. Everybody is complicated. But, you know, substantively, was there a lot there? Other than maybe Karen wasn't really that drunk. Not sure that there really was. Edward Kirkpatrick has Kristen Wiig for Karen Reed. I could see that too. So, you know, so if Hank doesn't get a lot out on cross, I don't know that it really matters one way or another, because I'm not sure that there was a lot of, you know, ground gained on direct. But the undermining her intoxication, you know, yeah, potentially very helpful to the defense. It is an essential element of at least, you know, one of these charges that she's facing. And otherwise, it's just your motive, just your shitty motive that even you, Hank, haven't really articulated, because I don't know how you try to articulate that motive. Really don't. She was angry, but not, but was, but wasn't. She was flirting with Higgins, but mad John was going to dump her. Like, I don't know. I can't keep track of exactly what the thought process is there. So relative to yesterday, seems like a far more successful day for the defense to me. And incremental success is really all that they need, right? If we got to the close of the Commonwealth's case and the Commonwealth isn't, you know, 10 touchdowns ahead like they really should be at halftime in the case, the one with the burden of proof really should be way ahead at halftime, but they weren't. But they really weren't. It seems like at halftime when we finished with Welcher and Aperture and those guys, we were stopping at, well, maybe she did it. But even their own witnesses are like, we can't tell you. Not enough evidence here. We can't tell you. Can't tell you how it happened, when it happened. It just did. Back to case it just did, but with somebody with a PhD instead of Trooper Paul. Commonwealth did not come into the defense case 10 touchdowns ahead. All they have to do is play defense. For defense to make progress at all in the defense is just going to have outsized impact on the likelihood of success for the Commonwealth, the likelihood of a conviction. So every witness that comes through that they don't have a really good cross. Like the fact that they achieved it with Barros, okay, not the greatest thing for the defense, but the problem is they really need to achieve that with every witness, and they're not doing that. Definitely not doing that. So quite a different showing today. Fun to watch. I like Lucky. I remember Lucky so well. I like him. He really does just seem like a straight shooter. Straight shooter. Like Duncan, Idaho, I think it was, said, just a, blue collar, hardworking guy, backbone of the country, kind of people that built America. Didn't have to run around and tell everybody how they built America. They just did it, lived their lives, minded their own business. Yeah, you do kind of get that vibe from Lucky. I do anyway. So enjoyed very much seeing him today. Well, done by Tuesday would be real fast. Ahead of time, still ahead of schedule. Done by Tuesday would be real fast. Would that mean maybe by the end of next week, the jury has the case? Could be. A couple days of rebuttal for Hank, closings, instructions. That would be fast, guys. We're really getting through this at this point. So very much in the end game. Very much in the end game in this trial, and we're going to start to see how, you know, all those early decisions that they've made in the beginning parts of the trial, how well did they position themselves to close? It's going to start becoming, I think, increasingly apparent the closer and closer we get to the end of the case. So it's going to be fun, guys. I'm looking forward to it. Going to call it a day now. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate you joining us. It's good. It's good to enjoy. It's good to enjoy a day with Lucky together. Who doesn't like Lucky? Of course, that's a wonderful day. Thank you for helping cast the movie. That was a lot of fun. A lot of people I hadn't heard of. I'm not necessarily the most attuned to what's on TV and in the movies and stuff like that. So I don't always have the like cultural reference. Just a little out of the loop, I guess, on a lot of stuff like that. So I learned a lot of new people today, new shows and stuff like that to maybe check out. Thank you for sharing all of that. That was fun. But of course, as always, the good insights. International is different from Case International. Now I know. Now I know. Didn't know. Wouldn't have known. Never would have known. But because of chat, I learned things like that. Thank you to the mods for facilitating this chat, helping it be the kind of place where people will share really good information, the kind of thing you want to know. I'd love to know that. Love to know the International and Case International are not, in fact, the same thing. Wouldn't have known that otherwise. So appreciate the mods, everything you do to keep this a fun chat, a place where we have good conversations, good information exchanged, and all that type of thing. Just have a good time watching what we're doing. Guys, enjoy your afternoons. Do take some time off for yourself tomorrow as well. Got a whole gift of a day tomorrow that we didn't know we were going to have. Now it is nothing but opportunity ahead of us. So I'm going to look at jury instructions over the next couple days and maybe plan on coming back and starting to have some things to say about that. So with that, guys, again, appreciate all of you. I'll be back on Friday morning. Won't be here tomorrow, but we'll be back Friday morning. Look forward to seeing you guys then. And take care, everybody.